5 years ago today, I uploaded my first tutorial for DaVinci Resolve on this channel. Shout out to this incredibly kind person who left the first comment I ever received on YouTube. It was small, but something like this absolutely worth its weight in gold in terms of motivation to keep going. Now, over those 5 years, while we have stayed focused on DaVinci Resolve, this channel has still done lots of different things. I've made lots of tutorials, but then there's also videos just talking about like the community or the state of Resolve. And then there's my entire business of making presets and plugins and templates for Resolve and building those and showing those off. And then, trying to talk about them so that new viewers even know they exist. But to celebrate 5 years of the channel, I wanted to do a little something maybe weird. It's a little bit of an experiment. It's a little bit of just, why not? Because the truth of things here on YouTube, for my channel at least, is that a lot of just what I think is the coolest things I do on this channel doesn't always perform the best. So because this is my anniversary video and I can do what I want to, I went through the entire back catalog of this channel and chose the videos I thought were just the coolest, the ones packed with value, the ones that just showed off really cool things inside Fusion. Lots of them do have an end product I really like as well, but whether these were from earlier days of my channel where I didn't get as many views, or they're from later but maybe the videos weren't as exciting, I think all of the videos in this compilation are absolutely underrated, and I think putting them all in one place is pretty cool. And not to mention, these videos are also just like a small journal of the last 5 years. Yes, we're coming up on 68,000 subscribers over that time, but I've also lived in 3 different states and 3 different apartments. Posters have gone up and down. I've had different mics and different cameras. My hair has been long and then short. These videos are in chronological order, and you're going to be able to see the small different eras this channel has gone through. Now, because of that, these videos will kind of be all over the place. Camera quality and audio quality might be all over the place. We'll have background music in some, but not others. It might be a little bit of a ride, but it's a ride I am absolutely sure will have tremendous value. Even for longtime viewers of this channel, I would be absolutely shocked if anyone has seen certainly all of these videos, or maybe even most of them. I don't want to drag on, but I do want to say thank you so much for 5 years on this channel. There is still so much I want to do. I would love to do so many more videos like the ones you're about to see, but I do need to balance things on the channel. So if you like what I do, if you want to support me and my work and help me do more videos like this, absolutely go over to sterlingsupply.co, where all of my presets and plugins and templates live. Picking up a product that you love and that you will use is absolutely the best way to support me and my work. But that's all I wanted to say before we go right into this series of videos. There is some really cool stuff along the way. There will be a time code in the description if you want to get an overview or jump around. I think it's very cool. Hopefully you do too. Thank you for watching and enjoy the show.
Welcome. You've been brought here for a purpose. You will receive knowledge. You will receive wisdom. Mostly, you'll learn how to make this cool 3D hologram effect. I think it's pretty cool. Let's get started.
The first thing you need to know about achieving this effect is that your raw footage is very important. You need to create a situation where as you move towards the camera, your face actually gets brighter. Here's what I did. I used one of the lights I used when I'm filming this video. I set it up in my closet, and I used a pillowcase to block the majority of the light coming from it, so that when I was against the back wall, I was much darker, and as I moved forward, I moved into the area the pillowcase wasn't covering, so my face became brighter. Once you have footage you're happy with, you can load it into DaVinci Resolve and get started. So here I am in DaVinci Resolve, and I'm going to drag that footage into my media pool. So we're going to right click in our media pool, go to timelines, create new timeline, name this, come down to use custom settings, format, and change whatever our default timeline is to 480 by 270, and change the timeline frame rate to match whatever footage we recorded. This might be confusing, but that's because we're going to go about creating this effect in two major chunks. We're going to take our footage, shrink it down, apply a few filters, and then export that to a clip we can pull back into Fusion to create our main effect. This will help us save processing power. The particle effect we're going to be using can tax systems, so we want to do everything we can to keep the power requirements low. After we have this timeline, we are going to drag in our footage so we can view it on the timeline. If you have multiple takes like I do, this is where you can review the footage and trim it down to exactly what you want to use for your effect. I can see just by my waveform that I have two separate takes here, so I'm going to come in and trim that to just that second take that I know I want to use. And then with our playhead over our footage, we are going to open the Fusion page. And the important thing to know about Fusion is that it will always pull in clips at their full resolution. So even though we have a really small timeline, it pulls in this full 4K clip. Another major reason we're doing all this processing on the footage first. So with our media in selected, we are going to add a color corrector node and then a glow node. And you'll see that there are two main glow options. We are going to choose the second with this little magic wand. In the color corrector, we are going to bring it down the saturation, show it's black and white, pull up the gain, and then pull up the contrast as well. And we're going to find a medium we like and try to ignore that pillow in the background for now. And then in the glow, you're going to pull down the shine threshold, pull down the spread a little bit, and then colorize it with this color picker down here. And then I'm just going to jump around my timeline to make sure, especially when I'm close to the camera, none of these hot spots are way too overblown. And that's all the processing we're going to do on this end. I'm going to go back to my timeline on the edit page, navigate to the delivery page. And I know our timeline was already pretty small, but I'm actually going to bring this down even smaller to 320 by 180. We're going to pick a destination and export that footage. Once that is done exporting, we're going to bring that export back into Resolve into our media pool and create another new timeline. And this timeline we will want at the full resolution for whatever we want our final output to be. And so for this effect, we're going to pull in the Fusion composition effect in the effects library onto our timeline and increase that duration to the link of that previous exported video. Then we're going to open that in the Fusion page, and you will see the only thing we have is this media out node. But we can drag from our media pool that export video down into our workspace. So we know this is the footage we want to reference, but we're going to let this sit for now and start to build out our particle node tree. And the three nodes we're going to use for this are P image emitter. Connected to that, we are going to have P custom. And then just like all particle systems, we need P render. But before I connect my footage, I'm going to hop into these and change some important settings. In P image emitter, we're going to pull down the density to 0.3 on both X and Y. And then we're going to come over to style, changes from point to blob, come to size settings, and we're going to pull down this size to 0.01. After setting those, we can connect the out of this media in to our P image emitter and pull up P render on our preview. And you'll instantly be able to see that it has taken that image and created a field of particles that we can actually zoom in and out and pivot around in Z space that is textured and colored to look like our footage, but it's still only a single plane of particles. To change that, we're going to use the power of the P custom node. You're going to be blown away at how quickly this powerful node can change the look of this scene. We're going to open the P custom node and navigate over to particle. And here you'll see that we have all these options for our particles, things like the position, velocity, and rotation. And you'll start to see a little of the code that this is working off of. We're going to be looking at position Z. That is the position of each particle in Z space moving towards or away from the camera. And check out how simple this is. In P custom, I'm going to delete that PZ and I'm going to press G for green. And instantly it will distort this image. But if you look, you'll see that what it's actually doing is it is moving particles towards the camera. The brighter the luminance value for the green channel is. That's what this G stands for. If I were to change this to red, we'd get a little bit different of an outcome. But you'll see right now, by default, this effect is very exaggerated. So I'm going to select that text box again and add a divided by 2. And you'll see that it will pull back how far it pulls those pixels, but that is still pulling those pixels, the brighter the luminance value of their corresponding pixel. But as we scrub, you'll see all of a sudden the pixels disappear, and that is because I forgot a very important setting in our P image emitter. All particles in Resolve have a lifespan. And by default, this emitter lifespan is 100, but we want to make sure they reach the end of the composition, so that lifespan needs to be longer than the entire timeline. So I'm going to add. Here's something I ran into in this project. The footage I exported is in 30 frames per second, but I want my final product to be in 60 frames per second. If I were just on the edit page, I could drop that footage on the timeline and it would automatically double the frames necessary to stretch it out to that time, so it would play back in normal speed at 60 frames per second. So to get my footage to play back correctly, I need it to last twice as long. So I added this time speed node and pulled the speed down to 0.5. Now to help focus the viewer's attention on my face, I'm gonna go back to my media in and add an ellipse node. I'm gonna increase that so that when I move close to the camera later on in the video, I am still visible, and I'm going to increase the soft edge of that as well. And then if we go back to our P-render, you'll notice as the image fades out, the transparency of our particles goes down as well. At this point, you can go back and start messing with some of those settings that we set up when we set up our particle node tree. So I'm gonna go back into P image emitter and actually pull up this X density to 0.35 on each. And you'll see in our preview that will increase the particles on each horizontal and vertical line. I'm pretty happy with that, so I'm gonna move forward, but you'll notice this P-render node, we cannot connect right to our media out, which we need if we wanna get back to the edit page. For that, we need to select our P-render node and add a renderer 3D node. And this we can connect to our media out, but if we do that and then preview the media out, you'll see that we have nowhere near the perspective we want for this effect. So before this 3D renderer, you're going to add a 3D merge, and in that merge, we're going to add a 3D camera. And what we want to preview to set this up is the merge 3D. The effect we're going for is one where the camera has a very wide field of view, but is very close to the subject, in this case, the particles. That way, the motion of those particles in Z-space as they move towards the camera will be exaggerated. I'm on a fairly wide lens now, so you'll see that if I move my hand towards the camera, it'll get disproportionately large. That's what we're trying to achieve with these particles. So with this camera selected, we're gonna pull it back in Z-space until it's just a little bit in front of our particles, and then we're going to ramp up this angle of view. We're gonna reposition the camera just a bit and scrub in our timeline to see how that feels. I think this is close to what we're looking for, so I'm gonna go back to the edit page and let this render out so we can preview it in full time. And another word of warning, especially here, you will see how intensive this effect really is. This is taking a while on my system, which granted is not the best, but you should know going in, this effect will take a while to preview, it will take a while to render. This effect is playing back fine, so I'm actually going to pull up my source footage in the preview and pull the audio down to sync with that. Then if we play back, we should have audio as well.
Welcome. You've been brought here for a purpose.
And that's pretty cool. And I also tossed a few audio effects on the track, like changing the pitch and a little bit of reverb to really sell the effect. As you saw, there are a number of different settings that you can play with to make this look exactly like you want it to. I think this one effect has a lot of flexibility, and when you think about the fact that we're only changing one small thing on that P custom node, the possibilities really seem endless. If you create a look you think is really cool, let me know in the comments down below or find me on Twitter. And if you want more videos like this, diving into DaVinci Resolve, be sure to subscribe. Thanks, I'll see you next time. I created a VR lyric video for the first Streambeats original track, Kill It Anyway. And I really like it. If you haven't watched it, pause this video, don't even close the tab, but go find that, watch it. It's really fun to watch on mobile, or if you have a VR headset, check it out in that. And then you can head back here to learn a little more about it. And that's what I want to do. I'm going to walk through the bare bones step to create a VR or 360-degree video in DaVinci Resolve. I'm going to go over a few of the specific techniques I use in my video, and then I'm going to cover some general information about working in VR or 360 degrees. And in fact, let's start there. General VR 360-degree video advice. Good luck. I had a little bit of a hard time putting this all together. It pushed my computer system to the brink multiple times, and I even bent my rules for this channel a little bit, and partway through the project, I migrated and started working in Fusion Studio, the standalone version of Fusion. But everything I did can be done in the free version of DaVinci Resolve. I moved to Fusion Studio in hopes of having a little bit more of a stable working environment, especially on my computer, but you absolutely can make custom VR videos for free in DaVinci Resolve. One giant factor in performance and how long it will take to process and render your video is resolution. 360-degree video can have almost absurdly high resolution because it has to spread those pixels completely around the viewer. I made my videos the maximum resolution I could export out of the free version of DaVinci Resolve, and that was 3840 by 1920. 3840 pixels wide being the maximum horizontal resolution I could export, and then the vertical resolution was dictated by something else in the process, but we'll get to that soon. If you're just experimenting or don't care that much about having the highest quality export, you can absolutely pull down that resolution and you'll have a much easier time of the whole process. But for now, let's get into the bare bone basics of how to create a 360-degree video inside DaVinci Resolve. And we're gonna start here on the edit page. I already have a timeline set up, and this is a standard Full HD 1920 by 1080 timeline. If you have a specific piece of footage you want to integrate into your 3D scene, you can drag that into the timeline, or you can go to the effects library, effects, and drag fusion composition onto your timeline and extend it to the duration you want your video to be. Then with your playhead over your clip or over this fusion composition, you're gonna open this button to open the fusion page. Now, if you've watched some of my other videos or know a little bit about Fusion, you're aware that it has a full 3D workspace. Let me demonstrate very plainly. I'm going to click this button to create a shape 3D node, and I'm actually going to click that 2 more times. So we have 3 of these shape 3D nodes, and I'm going to change them to a cube, a sphere, and a cylinder. And then I'm going to press this button to create a merge 3D node. And we can drag from the square shaped output on all of these shape 3D nodes into that one merge 3D node. And then with that merge selected, we're going to click this button to create a render 3D node and connect that to our media out node. And then we're going to select our merge 3D node and press 1 to pull it up in this first viewer. And it's a little close now, but if you hold middle mouse button and left mouse button and pull to the left, you will slide back and you'll see that you are in a 3D workspace. If you hold middle mouse button and right mouse button, you will pivot around the center of this workspace. And here, because we piped those 3 shape 3D merge into this, we have 3 objects all layered on top of each other. So I'm gonna select this first one, use these transform controls to shift this sphere over here. The second will be this cube on the far side, and then the cylinder, we're gonna push back a little bit, and then I'm even gonna pull this cube there, and then we can pivot around and see that these are arranged in a loose circle, or I guess triangle. And next we have the secret sauce that's gonna make this entire thing work. We're gonna press Shift Space to pull up this search bar that searches through all our available tools or our nodes, and we're gonna start to type spherical camera. And as soon as it pops up, we can click spherical camera, then click add. That will create this node, and we can pipe that into our merge node as well. And in that 3D representation, you'll see this circle here, and that is this spherical camera. But then we'll go to our media out node and press 2 to pull up that, and you'll see something pretty interesting. Our 3D models are positioned completely around this camera, but here in this viewer, we can see all 3 of those objects at once. If I take that sphere, no matter where I move that sphere, it will always be visible on this second viewer. And that's because this is the raw output of that spherical camera. This is an entire 360-degree field of view represented in one frame. And because of that, as you move things around, you'll see them warp in interesting ways. If I were to take this sphere and move my camera, then I can then pull it up in Y space and then position it directly over our spherical camera. In the second viewer, you'll see that this looks nothing like a cube anymore. It's stretched over the entire top edge of our frame. Now, while this view will be what we eventually export as our final file, the Fusion page has a pretty amazing tool to give you another option when working in this format. If we go up to these 3 dots above our viewer and go to 360-degree view, change that to lat long, we'll get a viewer and control similar to what you would see if you were to watch this 360 video on YouTube on a desktop. If I hold down my middle and right mouse button, then I can pivot around, and you'll see we start looking at this circle, but as I pivot around, you see there's our cylinder, and now if I look straight up, you'll see that there is that square that we positioned directly above us, and it looks like a square. So you have a few different options. You can work in the 3D workspace where you can see sort of an outward view and see where all your objects are in relation to your spherical camera. You can work in that stretched out and morphed view, or you can look at your scene through the lens of the spherical camera and pivot around whenever you want. And really, that's all there is to it. You create a simple 3D scene, you add a spherical camera, and the output of that gives you this warped 2:1 image that you can export and then upload to YouTube and anyone can view in VR. There are a few housekeeping items to take care of. First is resolution. When you add a spherical camera to your scene, it will automatically override the resolution settings in the renderer 3D node. If we select that renderer 3D node and in our inspector go to image, you'll see that the settings were the settings from our timeline, 1920 by 1080. But as soon as we added the spherical camera, you'll see that it changed this output to 3840 by 1920. The way this works is that the spherical camera takes your default horizontal resolution, it sets that to the vertical resolution, and then doubles it for your new horizontal resolution. So you end up with a 2:1 aspect ratio. But once that is set, we're only halfway there. Remember that we started on the edit page, and that timeline is still set to our default 1920 by 1080 resolution. So we need to navigate back to the edit page. In our media pool, find our timeline, right click, go to timelines, timeline settings, and under format, we need to change this resolution from 1920 to 1080 to 3840 by 1920, or whatever resolution you are working in, as long as the resolution on the Fusion page matches the edit page. The last bit of housekeeping has to do with after you actually export your final video. If I were to export this video as is and upload it to YouTube, anyone that watched it would just see this frame. In order for it to play back the way we want it to, we need to add metadata that tells Google that it is a 360-degree image. Luckily, this is super easy. Google has a free utility that you can download, and when you run it, you can select your final clip, and it will save a copy of that video with the appropriate metadata attached. Then you can upload that injected file to YouTube, and it will just work. Anyone watching on a desktop will be able to drag the camera around. Anyone on a phone will be able to use the gyroscope in that camera to move around. And anyone watching on a headset will have total control over where they look while your video is playing. All right, time for some fun stuff. Let's take a look at some specific things I did in my VR lyric video. I'm not going to completely break this down, but we are going to touch on some things that I thought were interesting or a little worthy of note. But first up, here is our node tree. It's a lot. And I understand if this is beyond intimidating, but as I walk through some things, you'll be able to see a clear path here. And we're gonna start with our text, our lyrics. But spoiler alert first, the particles you see flying past the camera, those take a lot of work. Those are pretty hard to process. So while we talk about the text and maybe some other things, I'm gonna go in and I'm going to disconnect the connection for those particles. You'll see them disappear just so we can navigate a little easier. Okay. Lyrics. I'm here right at the first chorus, and you'll see that we have this line of text, our lyrics, "We feel betrayed." And that lives here on this text node. Now for every line of lyrics, we have a 2D text layer. I can pull that up on my first viewer. It's just this text. This mask coming into it is actually how this text transitions on. It has sort of this step pattern where a few letters will pop in and then a few more and then a few more. And then that's how it appears in frame. So we have that text, and that text is attached to this image plane. I can pull that image plane up in the viewer and navigate to where I have it set. And you'll see that because everywhere we didn't have text was transparent, this is just floating in space now. So for each line of text, we have our text layer on an image plane, and all of those are feeding into this one merge 3D node. And if I pull that up on my viewer, you'll see that this red line means this is keyframed. So let me explain this. We have all our text on individual 3D layers, and those layers are positioned in one long line in 3D space. The layers themselves aren't moving, but all of them are piped into this one 3D merge node, and that 3D merge we've keyframed to move. So we have a long trail of lyrics animated to pop up when it's appropriate, and we have that merge 3D that is just sliding and guiding all of them through our scene from the start of our video to the end. I did it this way because I thought it would just be overwhelming if we had individual keyframes for this 3D position on all of these 3D layers. And we have multiple different ways that our text is animated in. Those are all just different ways of animating in 2D text. We have a good bit of options because we are working in 2D. I'm not really sure if it would have been technically better or maybe more efficient to work with proper 3D text layers, I don't know, this is how I did it. It kind of worked. The only other thing I wanted to touch on with the text is this pretty cool fiery texture I have on a few words. I actually have another whole video all about this effect. I have a video where I recreate Dr. Disrespect's end screen, and he has this really cool fiery effect going on over a few shapes and text. So if you're interested in creating a texture like this, check that out. But we're gonna go ahead and talk about these interesting rotating cubes. I don't know what to call it, but we're gonna talk about these. These live in this little tree here. So I'm gonna select this merge and pull it up in our second viewer. And you'll see that we have these two cubes. I can just preview them here. 1 and 2. But you'll see that they have this texture that is the artwork for this track. But you also see something going on down here, and those are projectors. We have 2 copies of this artwork, and they are going into projectors. So we have 2 arrays, and you'll see that these are actually pointed at these cubes. Now these projectors work like projectors. If you have any 3D shapes in your scene, you can pipe an image or a video into this projector, and it will project it correctly in 3D space. So we have those aiming at the cubes, and as the cubes rotate, you get this interesting, subtle warping sometimes going on, and it's all natural. It's all as it would happen in real life. And the only other thing we have going on here is that all of that is going into this merge 3D node, and then we have set up a shake modifier on the position of this node on the Z axis. So it is randomly moving back and forward in time. So while our lyrics fly past and these particles soar by, these cubes are also randomly pulsing back and forth with the artwork of this track. And finally, let's talk about the particles. The particles are really cool. They kind of make this whole video, but it can be a little hard to work with particles, and it can be hard on your computer. So I am going to reconnect all of our 3D layers here, preview that 3D merge, and then preview our out on this second screen. Particles in the Fusion page are a system unto themselves. And what this really means is that there are tons of nodes to affect how they work and spawn and all this other things. But at the end of that node tree for your particles, you have to have a p-render node. That will get you a final visual or 3D product that you can use in the rest of your scene. And here I set up this ultra basic, as basic as you can get particle node with this a p emitter that spawns particles, and then out to the P render node. And with this P emitter selected, you can see this cube here. That is where all of our particles are spawning. And I'm giving them velocity to fly towards and past the camera. And the other things of note are here in style, where I have set the style to line with some custom color controls as well. And even though I set this up as a line, you are not seeing this line here. These line particles are less than 2D, like they're points but stretched out. They're meant to be viewed from a side and not really in this way. So after our p-render node, we have a replicate 3D node, and this is crazy powerful. If we take our p-render node and preview that up, you'll see the lines that our emitter is creating. They're not nearly as big, they're not nearly as visible as something we want. So out of that, we have this replicate node. And then also piping into that replicate, we have this shape 3D node. If I preview that, you'll see that it is just one long, slim cylinder. And what this replicate node is doing, we are feeding into it this particle system, information that says where these particles are spawning, their velocity, where they're moving, and even the color. And then we are piping it this 3D shape. And it is taking this shape and replicating that shape and applying it to every location where we have a particle, and it's even taking that color data from the particles. So pulled up on my viewers now, I have the p-render node on viewer 1 and the replicate node on viewer 2, and you're seeing how big a difference this is. You can barely see this. You might not be able to see this with YouTube compression, but the replicate 3D node, we're pulling in those actual 3D cylinders so that when you watch this, especially when you watch in a VR headset, you feel that weight as these objects fly by you. I like this. And then we have all of these assets coming into this merge where we have that same spherical camera, which is going to our render out and then our media out, which is giving us this image. And now with all of these things in the scene, you can really see how this is warping that image, and you're getting a complete 360-degree field of view in this 2D image. And that is all I have for you today. If you've come this far, thank you very much. I know Already this will end up being a little bit of a long video, but I've tried to pack it full of useful information. I think in the world of VR or 360-degree video, lots of people are hung up on the cameras, and I think that tech still has a decent way to go. But if you use all computer-generated imagery like this, you can create pretty high quality 360-degree video. If any of you end up using these tools to create a video of your own, I would absolutely love to see it. Please drop a link in the comments below. It's collab time. All right, so that's what we are making today. And more specifically on this channel, we are going to be focusing on that sort of background retro 80s 3D landscape. But if you want to learn more about that main title in the sequence, you will have to head over to the Josh Haynes channel. Josh Haynes is another great creator that does a lot of stuff in DaVinci Resolve, but he also covers a much wider spectrum of production as well, covering a whole lot of just filmmaking in general. He has a lot of great specific breakdowns and gear reviews and a whole lot of other stuff. I highly recommend his channel for all of that, and in specific, I'm really excited to watch his video with the other part of this effect. This effect is very cool. I'm eager to get started. It will get pretty technical and you might have to follow pretty closely, but I think the effect in the end is worth it. Let's get started. And as always, we are starting here in DaVinci Resolve in the edit page. We're gonna make sure our effects library is open, come down to effects and drag the fusion composition right onto our timeline. And right at the start, I'm gonna select that, click Control D, and that will pull up this clip duration. And I'm just gonna change this from 5 seconds to 10 seconds. We change, it'll spread out, and then we can click this button to open the Fusion page. And you'll see by default, the only thing we have down in our node tree here is a single media out. Whatever we do here in the Fusion page will connect to that, it'll send it back to the edit page. And this effect is using the full 3D engine in the Fusion page, so we're gonna come up here to Shape 3D, click that, and by default, that will be set on plane, which you can see over here in the inspector. And we can pull that up in either of our viewers with 1 or 2 by holding the middle mouse button and the right mouse button. We can pivot around that. The middle mouse button by itself sort of pans around like this. And the middle mouse button and the left mouse button will zoom us in and out. So right now we're going to take this shape, and right off the bat, we can click this button to make it a wireframe. And you'll see, hey, it's got a wireframes, and this division, you'll see we can crank that up, and all that's doing is just adding 3D detail. And we are actually going to go into subdivisions and crank this all the way up to 50. Got to 50! And also in our inspector, we're going to come over to transform, and on this X rotation, we're just going to bring that down to -90. And you'll see now it's just flat on this plane. And I increased this subdivision text because we're actually going to get really close to it. You'll see that when we're close to it, we want a lot of fine detail to control. And so coming out of this shape 3D, we are going to create a displace 3D node. And you're going to be shocked at how quickly this effect starts to come together. Now let me zoom out a little bit first, and let me try to walk through what we're going to be doing here. I am going to create a fast noise node, and I'll preview that here on 1. And you'll see that by default, it is this kind of foggy texture, but if we play with these controls, we can pull up the contrast, the detail, you start to see a little more, and even the scale, depending on what we want this to look like. And we're gonna plug this fast noise node right into this displace 3D node. And the displace 3D node is going to look at the image of the fast noise, and you'll see the darker images are actually transparent here. And it's gonna look at all the pixels and assign a value to those pixels from that transparent, a 0 there, to a 1 of where it is the brightest in frame. So as an area of this image gets brighter, it is going to push our 3D model more. So right now you see this general texture, and if I plug this right into the displace node and then preview that displace node, you'll see this gets crazy very quickly. I'm gonna pull down the scale so we can start to see what's going on and pivot around a bit. And it's pretty wild, but you can start to see some interesting things. On our fast noise, the brightest area of this image is this little dot right here. And you'll see if we look at this warp image, the highest point is right here, which correlates to that brightest part of the fast noise. And that's very cool. But now we can affect this fast noise to get the exact effect we want. You saw in the example, we want this to start on just sort of a flat, plain field and then ramp up into this mountain range. So what I'm gonna do is, with this fast noise selected, I'm gonna click this rectangle and add a mask to that. And you'll see that now if we preview that fast noise, since the noise is only happening where that mask is in the middle, that now we have this area and then it goes right into those mountains. And if we were to come in this rectangle and even soften those edges, then it would more naturally ramp into them, and you have this cool geometric landscape right off the bat. But what we want is to move this up towards the top of this frame, stretch it out, maybe soften it a bit more, and then you can really adjust this to the taste you want. I'm gonna push it a bit further so we have a bit longer to go. This looks even a little bit too organic for what I want. I want it to be more mechanical, more jagged. So I'm going to pull up this contrast and then maybe pull down the brightness and up the detail just a little bit. And then you'll see now, yeah, that's a pretty nice, that's what we're going for. That's really cool. And I'll maybe even push that back just a little more so we have a bit more in front of it now. That's looking really cool. But you will see one thing right off, because we changed this to wireframe, you can see right through it. So you can see the back face of all of these, and we don't want that. So what we're gonna do is actually create a solid that sits right underneath this wireframe so that you only see the front face of all these wireframes. And to do that, we're going to copy this shape and displace. We're going to go to Control C, and then we are going to go to Control Shift V, and that will create instanced copies of these nodes. Instancing in the Fusion page is very powerful. These are right now exact copies of the nodes, but we can go into any parameter in the inspector and choose to de-instance that parameter. So it's a copy except for one parameter, so that we can adjust the look while keeping any animation or other ties it has similar. And we can adjust both copies at the same time if we don't de-instance any of those. Let me demonstrate. So right now we have this shape. So first I'm just going to create a merge 3D node and pipe both of these in. Then I can preview that node. And then with this other instance displaced down here, I'm going to grab that same fast noise, plug into that as well. And then if I go into that instance shape, I can right click on that wireframe and go to de-instance. And then if I unclick that, you'll see that now we have a solid. And I'm going to come into material, right click on any of these colors, de-instance color group, and I'm actually going to set this to black. I'm going to drag down all of these. So now we have this black texture, which you can really see from this side is following the exact same distortion, exact same displace. But because of that, you can't see through any of these mountains. You're only ever seeing the front face. And because we are using this black texture for this solid underneath, I'm going to come up here to this circle right now that's showing us how we are previewing this 3D scene. I'm going to click this arrow and I'm going to go to lights or shadows. I'm going to go to the lights. And you'll see that this black surface we have underneath, it's giving us all these smooth edges. And we don't want that. We want nice jagged edges that will fit to this wireframe. So coming out of this displace node, I'm going to add a replace normals 3D. And you'll see that adjusted a little bit. But what this really gives us control over is some built-in smoothing. So in the inspector, with that selected, I'm going to find this smoothing angle and just pull it all the way down, and instantly you'll see this does exactly what we want. Now if we look, all these 3D faces are individual, perfectly flat solids, and this looks great, especially for some of the color work we're going to do later. And just because I'm curious of what it would look like, I'm going to come into this shape, go to transform, and because they are instance, we can do this. I'm actually going to uncheck this scale, and I'm going to stretch this on this y-axis just to give us a little bit more of this area in front. So now you'll see it has stretched all of these individual frames a little bit, but I think that still looks pretty good, so I'm probably going to keep it there. And if we do a quick scrub, we'll see that these mountains aren't moving at all, and that's because we need to go into our fast noise and pull up this seed rate just a hair. And then now if we scrub, we'll see that these mountains are doing their thing. Now, the only other thing we are going to change, you'll see, depending on how I position my camera, some spaces like here and back here, you start to lose the wireframe. And that's just because we have multiple 3D textures in the same place. So here's what I'm going to do. Coming out of this wireframe displays, I'm going to add a transform 3D node. And on translation, I'm going to shift the Y just a hair up. And that'll pop it above, and now all of these wireframes are much more pronounced. This is great progress. Let's continue setting up our 3D scene. In this 3D merge right here, I'm gonna click this button to add a camera, pipe that into that merge, and I'm gonna go ahead and change this focal length just down to 18. And then coming out of that, we will have a renderer 3D as well. And I'll just move around here, pull this camera back, and preview that renderer to see about where we're at. And you'll see on that renderer, we will have to come over here to renderer type, software type, OpenGL. And you'll see some interesting stuff right off the bat. I'll pull this merge back up so we can see what's going on. Reposition this camera here. Yeah. Wireframes are really meant for speed. You can kick to wireframe, you don't need to render the entire texture, but we are trying to export the wireframe, which isn't really an intended use case. So when it exports that, it gives us just this like 1 pixel long wireframe, just indicating the exact vertice. But we want these to be much more visible, and we're gonna do that with a glow. Coming out of this render, I am pressing Shift Space to pull up this search. We're just gonna type in glow, and we are going to select this first glow here. There are a few. I'm using this one here with this little icon. I'll click that, click add. And then what I'm going to do here is pull down the glow size to 0. And then when I preview that, you'll see that helps a little bit, but then if we increase the glow, you'll see that, yeah, we're getting those nice wireframes all the back up, and they're pretty nice and crisp as well. I might pull them back down a little bit. Yeah, that's cool. Now this will introduce a little finicky stuff later on, but right now this is exactly what we want. And let's go ahead and lay in our camera animation as well. I'm going to our first frame. We can move around here in our second viewer, and I'm going to select my camera, go to transform, and we are only going to mess with this Z translation. I'm going to set a keyframe there and pull this camera back until you see, yeah, just the edge of that frame there. And push it back in. Maybe I want these mountains. Nah, they're fine there. There, that's great. Set a keyframe there, then I'm going to go to the end of my scene and push forward until we are much closer to these mountains here. That's great. And now if we scrub, we'll see that we are pushing back into those mountains. And you know what? I do want this camera at 18, but I want our screen to be a little wider. So what we're going to do, let's go ahead. Let's change that back at the beginning of the mountains. But remember, we already stretched this shape once. We stretched it out forward. So we're just going to stretch it out to the side as well. The scale X. Yeah, that looks great. And as we push forward, yeah. I'll adjust that camera one. Nice, all the way in. And I want it to end on a little bit of a different frame. So I'm going to come into our fast noise and adjust this seethe just a little bit till we get a different shape I like. Something like that. Cool. And now if we just scrub this animation, you'll see we are pushing forward, the mountains are shifting, doing their thing. It's looking great. And this is really the heart of the effect. But now we can get into some interesting style choices. And that's going to start with just going to this first shape 3D node, and we're going to color these lines. I'm going to pull down red a fair bit, pull down green just a hair, until we get this nice bright electric blue. That looks very cool, but we are also going to add some 3D lights into the scene. And this will get interesting for a number of reasons. But first things first, we are going to go into our instance shape 3D node that is our black background here. We're going to come into controls, lighting, right click on affected by lights and go to de-instanced, because we do want that to stay on, but we have to go back to our first shape 3D node and we're going to turn that off. We're going to be adding 3D lights to the scene, but we only want those lights to show up on this black background underneath our wireframe. Coming into this merge 3D node, I'm going to click this button and collect a spotlight, plug that right in. And then if we preview that, and then with that merge node, you'll see our light here right in the center. You can select that light, pull it up off to the side here. And with our light over on that side, I'm gonna click this control to enable these rotation controls, aim that back at the mountain. You have not seen this light actually affect the scene at all, and that's for a few different reasons. Here in our 3D scene, remember, you have to come up here and turn on lights. And now if we rotate around, you'll see that this light, I'll click these controls to shift the position. This light is shining into these mountains and is selectively bouncing off a few of these faces. I'll even change this position a little bit, pull it up more from a side, angle it down, maybe pull up the cone angle so it's a little larger. Yeah, and then you see that light shining in. And I'm gonna make this light a nice blue as well, maybe a little bit darker of a blue. But again, this is only in this 3D viewer, and if you want to see this in our render, you need to come to the renderer 3D and actually enable lighting here. But this is going to look bad, and I'll explain why, but I'm going to toggle this right on. Oh, it's not too bad, but you will see it's pretty bright where you're seeing it in these reflections. First, I'm just going to mess with this position a bit. We really get the look we want. We want this to be fairly visible. That's not too bad coverage-wise, just a few areas of flex here. But you will see that where it is bright, it is very bright. And that is because our main render, if we actually preview our render, you'll see that this has our wireframes as they were before, and now this light is shining only down here. But then we are going into that glow, remember, which is beefing up our wireframes, but also this reflection is really bright as well. So you can come back to our spotlight and just pull down intensity until that is just as subtle as you want. And here's a tip: if you just want a little bit more in your scene, you can actually come down to your instant shape 3D node. And remember, we disconnected all these color controls, but if you pull down exponent in the specular settings here, this will actually increase the area that will pick up this light. So now you can see, yeah, that's looking pretty good. And then in spotlight, now if we pull this down just so it's tinting this image a little bit, that looks great. And I am actually going to go back to our wireframe here and pull a little bit more of the green out of this so it's closer, they closer fit together. Yeah, I like that a lot. So now we're going to add the next big visual element in the scene, and that is this sun right in the middle behind these mountains. But we're actually going to start with the effect we want this sun to have. You'll see in the example, we have the sun sort of shining right down the middle of the scene, but that was faked in 3D. So just like we have this spotlight here, I'm going to create another spotlight, plug that into our merge here, and pick it up, move it back behind the mountains, and rotate back around till it is facing directly our camera. And here you'll see what it's doing. It's intense, but it's close to what we want. Let's get this right on. And we can do some things. I'll angle this down a little bit. That looks bad, but it's close to what we want. I'm gonna mess with this cone angle. I'm gonna increase this a little bit just so we get a little of this color here. Maybe the penumbra angle as well to get that. And drop off just a hair, that's not too bad. And then finally mess with the position right over these mountains to see what effect we really want to go for. That isn't too bad. And now if we go in and just change the color of this light to something like, I know it's going to end up this sort of like purpley orange look. Let's try a little more. Yeah, something like that. Ooh, you'll see that right off the bat is this pretty wild electric. But remember, we have to turn down this spotlight intensity because we are adding the glow after the fact. Yeah, so maybe add back a nice more orange. Yeah, something like that. That's pretty cool. And remember, these reflections, as we push in, those will be dynamic and reflect in different areas as well. This is pretty cool. And now we get to add the actual sun into our frame. And to do that, I'm going to start with a normal background node. I'm going to pull this down here, and I'm going to change this from a solid color to a gradient, and from a linear gradient to a radial gradient. I can preview that here, and you'll see if we move this first point right into the center and the second point, and you get a nice circle gradient here. And I'm change our center. I'm actually going to pick whip this color right in the center there, and then click this other arrow here to change this outside gradient. And I'm going to have this being a much brighter orange. We'll see how that looks. That look That looks closer. I want this one to be a little more vibrant, maybe a little more pinky. And then we are actually going to create a circle mask on that. That looks closer to what we want. And remember, you can change these gradients anytime depending on how extreme you want this fade. And then coming out of this background node, we're going to create another shape 3D node. And you'll see that by default, since we had that background selected, it added that background as a texture or material to this shape node. So now if I pull this shape 3D up in my first viewer, you'll see it took that shape and just pasted it on the shape, but it doesn't look good. For that, we need to come down here to background. I'm gonna change this image, and I'm gonna uncheck auto resolution, and instead of 1920 by 1080, I'm gonna go to 1920 by 1920. And there, now we have a circle again. Now, normally, here's what you would do. You would take the shape 3D node with this texture, plug it right into our merge, and then you could also go into that shape, go into lighting, not affected by lights, but you see the issue we're running into. Even if we push it back in 3D space to where it should be, here's what's happening. In our 3D scene here, all of these elements look great, but we need to get a little funky with how we render out these 3D elements in order to composite all of them together correctly. You'll see that right now our entire scene is coming out into this glow, which is making the sun look awful. We are going to render out some of these different 3D elements out of the 3D render of Resolve in different chunks and then put them back together. And it's gonna get funky, but trust me, it's cool. So instead of taking this shape into this first merge 3D node, we're going to create another merge 3D node, plug our sun into that one, and then we are also going to double up that camera, plug that camera into that second merge as well. So it's pulling that same information. Then coming out of that, we can make a render 3D node, and then just a normal merge node here. And so here is what we're gonna do now. I'm gonna disconnect this media out. We have coming out of our glow, this scene. I'm gonna set this as the background on this merge, and then the sun I'm actually gonna set as the foreground. And if we preview this, it won't look at all like we want it to. Especially with this glow, it's merging these together and just giving you funky results, which one, look really cool. If you want to mess around more just with these operators, you can get some funky looks in these apply mode as well. Tons of cool stuff here, but that's not what we're talking about today. So I'm going to reset this merge node. And what we are going to do, we're actually going to take the output of this glow and plug it back into the same merge, but as the mask. And you'll see what that will do. It's masking the input of the foreground element, which remember is our sun. But right now it's doing the opposite of what we want. But there's a control for that. In the merge, we can come over to settings and check apply mask inverted. If we click that, all our glows are still looking great, and the sun is appearing exactly where we want it, behind these mountains. And to the sun, we can actually apply a specific effect. Remember, this second render here is only the sun, so coming out of that, we're going to add the rays effect. And this is one you'll really probably have to mess around with a time, nailing in these settings. You have a number of different ones that affect the image in all tons of different subtle ways. So you can really, depending on how much you want, that looks pretty great. I'm even gonna go back, you know what, now, pull in this light, shift that to this center color. Oh yeah, just so it ties in together a bit more. And you'll see that this glow is looking real good. But I really like where this is sitting now. So now we can move on to the final visual element we had, and that in our example was this grid up top just in the background. And we will have to use the same method of creating another merge node, but to do that, I'm just going to grab this initial shape 3D node, this perfect grid, copy that, paste it down here. That'll go into its own merge 3D, which will pull in that same camera. And now if we preview that, and so now we can select that shape. We're pulling it all the way up above our scene. And I am actually going to tilt it a fair bit. And this will just be something you need to mess with on and off. And then take that into a renderer 3D as well. Now we're gonna have to do the same process before, because if we take this renderer 3D, tap it right into a merge and preview that, you'll see that right now it is not in that scene at all. I can bring this merge down. Oh, we need to change this renderer from software to OpenGL. And there you can barely see it up here. But remember, because these merges and we are merging these 3D layers with glows and all this other stuff, it is over this entire image. So first, we need to grab that glow that we used earlier, plug into that render. Now you can see it much better. But remember, like we did for the sun, we only want this to appear up in this empty space. First, I'm gonna do some work just repositioning it, making it look nice. So, and here, this is gonna get a little funky. So for a mask for this top grid up here, ideally, we want to use this circle and this mountain range here. But we don't want to include this ray because as it fades out, that'll cause our grid to fade out as well. That'll be a little interesting. So what we're gonna do is actually create a merge, and it doesn't really matter what this merge looks like. So we're gonna grab that mountain layer and the sun layer, and if I preview that here, you'll see that it is real funky, but remember, that doesn't matter. All that matters for this image is what is transparent and what isn't. So now if we take the output of this and plug it into this blue mask input on this final merge, and you'll see it's doing what it did before. It's only doing in that area, but we can come to settings, go to apply mask inverted, and there we have it now up in the sky. And I'm even gonna come into this glow and turn it down a bit so it isn't quite as vibrant. And to help all of this out, coming out of our final merge, I'm going to add a plain background, connect those, so that is just over a black backdrop, and we can finally reconnect that media out, and boom, we have our scene. Nice mountain reflections. We start way out here. Oop, you can see that way out here, that top grid is not in place, so I can go ahead, pull into a merge. I'm just gonna pull that forward a bit. Whoop. Grab that shape. I'm gonna pull that up a bit. Yeah, that's great. And over time, we push in, we catch all these nice reflections, and it looks great. And last thing, I swear, I'm gonna come up to this camera move, open our spline viewer here, and check this Z offset, and here you can see this line, which represents that camera push in. And all I'm gonna do is select that second keyframe and click F to flatten it out. That'll give us a nice ease into that final image. So let's hop back to the edit page and just let this cache, and then we'll see where we're at. And then once you are back on the edit page and you've let this cached, you can toss in some nice Stream Beats synthwave, and then you've got your final product. You want to know what's crazy? I was able to figure out all of this because of one post on the Blackmagic forum that I found from 2017. This one guy, Brian Ray, he's great. Someone asked this question about an effect like this, and he just posted this code, and I was able to look at it, see how he did it, and see the opportunities. It's amazing. There is so much fusion knowledge out there, and so much of it is just in these small hidden corners where people have been talking for years. And I am so excited to be able to bring this all out to you so you can start creating amazing things in this powerful software. As always, thank you so much for watching. Be sure you head over to Josh's channel to check out the partner video to this, where he creates the dope title for the middle of this entire sequence. Hi everyone, I wanted to make a real quick video to show off one of my favorite little secret tips in the Fusion page. And I say secret, although it's definitely not meant to be a secret. It's part of the intended functionality for this tool, but I don't think it's something that a lot of people would think to do by themselves. I definitely didn't even consider it until I discovered it in a roundabout way. And I've even brought it up in a few of my videos before, but I thought it was cool enough and applicable enough that it merited its own video. So here we are. And what I'm going to be showing off is my absolute favorite way to make grids or patterns or any sort of duplicated shape in a scene. I'll show off a bunch of examples soon. But first, we're looking at this cool radar effect for a reason. This is one of the included free presets in DaVinci Resolve. If you open up your effects library, under here you have templates, you have several different categories. In motion graphics, you have radar 2. If you click that or drag that down into your nodes panel down here, it'll pull in this node tree, and this is what is creating this effect. I have a video walking through all of these included free templates, and I also have a video that looks specifically at this effect and breaks it down and tries to teach you the methods by which you can break down some of the other presets and learn some really cool things about the Fusion page, like what I'm going to be showing off in this video. Here's how I discovered this effect. I was looking at how this effect was made, and I was seeing it was starting with just this single background node. And then it was going into a brightness and contrast node. It was making it a little dark. It was being masked using these two mask nodes into another brightness and contrast, which is pulling down the opacity on everywhere else. So you have this X and cross, but then if you look at the next node, you see all of a sudden it is being turned into this grid, and this is super cool. And it's doing that through a standard transform node. And if we open up the transform node, make sure our inspector is open, you can see that what is happening is that the size is being pulled down, and also the edges parameter, which is normally on canvas, has been set to wrap. If I change that back to canvas real quick, you'll see that here it is still only that single cross, but because we have this set to wrap, when it scales down whatever is in frame, it looks to the other side of the frame and brings that in and continues the pattern or the shape or whatever you're working on. So then the preset took this, took it into a coordinate space one to make it circle, and then did all the other cool stuff to make this main radar effect. Very cool. And I instantly knew that this was super applicable to a ton of other things. So over here, I have a bunch of other use cases. Let's start here. I have a standard background node that I have an ellipse mask on, and then I have that going into a transform that has the side pulled down, edges set to wrap. If we preview that, you'll see that now instead of one circle, we have created an entire field of circles. Same thing on this next one. I took a single cross, and when duplicated through scaling down and wrapping, you get this pattern. And you can even do some funky things with animation. You'll see here on this background node, I have this one bar that's staying still, the other bar that is just constantly rotating. And because it's duplicating it, you get this really rad pattern over here. And depending on where you create your animation, you can have all sorts of different effects. Here, I am actually not animating the original background shape. That doesn't change, but on the transform node, I pulled down the size and it says wrap, but also we are just shifting the center coordinate. So it is just taking that entire pattern and sliding it to the left. And I used this exact effect in a pack of presets that I made for streamers quite a while ago now. You'll see the first is just these lines moving off to the right, again, from just this single line. The second, looking at this arrow, becomes this giant field of arrows where they just sort of like shift in the background. I think this is a really cool background texture for a stream or anything else. Then we're looking at just this X, same thing, just sort of shifts off to the side. This one is just zoomed in a little bit, and this is where some interesting stuff starts to happen. So this one, if we look at the background node, we're actually animating on the mask path. So you'll see that over time, this mask is just going to be ping-ponging back and forth. And over here, it just looks like the X is getting a little warped. But when we bring that into this transform node, you'll see that it is creating this really cool abstract pattern, especially when it gets towards the edges and then bounces back. I like this one a lot. And then this final example from that pack, again, we have these circles, which are doing the same thing, just sort of normal animation here, just a few circles. But when you get funky with it, you have this almost kaleidoscopic look here that just ping-pongs back and forth so that it loops. And all of this is just from a single standard transform node. You just change this edges parameter to wrap and pull down the scale. Let me walk through creating an example. We're going to create a standard background node, have it be white. Let's just recreate this example I have set up here. So in this way, I'm just going to create one mask here. I'm going to duplicate that mask and rotate this 90 degrees. Nice. So here we have our background node with a mask, and if we bring that into a transform, pull that up on our second viewer, all you have to do is change this edges to wrap and pull down the side, and you see this pattern starts to duplicate. And if you change the angle or the Y position, all of that comes through as well. But there is one super interesting thing to remember, and that is that aspect ratio matters. Because this background node is a standard 16:9 aspect ratio, when you duplicate it by pulling down the size, you see that you don't get a perfect square grid, you get a grid that is sort of this wider horizontal frame. But if you want a square grid, you can just come into background, image, uncheck auto resolution, and I'll go into something like 1080 by 1080, and you'll see those masks stay uniform. And then now this transform node, you see that you have perfect little squares right here that you can do whatever you want. And if you wanted to get this back into a 16:9 timeline, I would create a standard background node, pull down the alpha so it's transparent, connect these two outputs, and then at first you will see that it sort of crops this to the original transform, but if you come into that transform and go to flatten transform, it will change to fill that entire workspace that your second merge is going into. And we have just been using this technique on simple background nodes with masks, but you can do this with footage, you can do this with images, anything can be piped into a transform, the edge is set to wrap, and it will duplicate whatever is in frame in this same manner. Like I said, I was pretty shocked when I saw this for the first time, just how easy it was to create entire fields, entire arrays of whatever shape you want. I think for new users, nodes can get pretty overwhelming, and you could be trying to duplicate shapes and running them into multiple duplicate nodes, and that can get confusing super quick. This is surprisingly easy. It's super powerful, but it is super easy to miss as well. So that's why I wanted to make this video. I hope this was helpful to you. I hope you'll use it in tons of projects whenever you're in the Fusion page and need this functionality. It's really simple. One standard transform, edges set to wrap, and you scale down. It's rad. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. Hi, I want to share with you all one of my favorite effects, processes, things in DaVinci Resolve in the Fusion page. It is a method to automatically connect any 2 points, even points that are moving around, points in footage, points in motion graphics. I'll show you more soon. It's very cool and it has tons of potential. But first, this is the last video I will be recording in this apartment. I'm in the middle of moving. It'll be a process. So for those of you wondering, this is a closet. That goes to the living room. And then back there is the bathroom. And then just out of frame, we have another closet, out to the deck, the observatory, and the flower cutting room. Okay, into the video. This is a process that I discovered while I was working on a much larger project that I talked about in a previous video. I used it here and here as well. And like I said, there's so much potential. So I want to jump right in because it's already late. So that means this is going to be a quick video. We're here in DaVinci Resolve on the edit page, and I'm going to drag a Fusion composition onto the timeline and then jump right into the Fusion page by clicking this button down here. And here we have our default node panel view with just one media out. Whatever we build on the Fusion page, we will connect to that media out, which will send it back to the edit page. And for this demonstration, I am very quickly going to create a background node. I'm going to make that white, and then I'm going to click this button to add a circle mask to that. Then if we pull that up in a viewer, which I did with 1 or 2, to pull it up in either one of these viewers, we have this little white circle. Next, I'm going to create a transform node. I pulled up this search bar by pressing shift space, and now we have this very simple 3-node node tree. And in that transform, I'm just going to pull down size. Remember, right now we are previewing this background node, but if we preview the transform, you'll see that acted upon that shape. I'm gonna make this even smaller for what we are going to do. I'm gonna right click on center, go to modify with perturb. You will see that instantly changes shape. And if we scrub, you'll see this is now just roaming freely around our scene. And we're gonna click this modifiers button up here. Now we have all these custom controls. I've talked about this entire process in an entire other video I'll have linked. But really quickly, you have your default starting value here, and these controls will affect how this ball moves around our scene. This is controlling both the X and Y coordinates. So if I pull down X scale and XY, you'll see that now this motion is happening much more towards the center of the screen, but it's okay. We can pull that back up And I'm just gonna turn on wobble and maybe a little speed as well. And now it is a lot more active all over the place. I'm probably gonna bring this Y scale down a bit. Yeah, so now this white ball is just flying around our scene. That's really cool. But what we're gonna do next is I'm going to take this little 3-node tree, copy that entire thing, deselect that, click paste. We have another, and then I'm just going to create 2 more. And if you preview any of these, they will look exactly the same. And that is because the random motion that this modifier is generating is controlled by this random seed. So what we want to do is come into each of these next 3 transforms, go to the modifier and just click this reseed. You'll see that changes to another random seed. So if we preview those side by side, now these will have different motion. And we're just going to do that with all of them. Great. And then if you connect the little gray box outputs of all of these into one another, you can create a little bunch of merge nodes. And then if you preview that final merge, you will have these 4 flying white balls all over the screen. And you know what? I'm even going to come into all of these transforms and just make them even smaller. Yeah, and I'll copy that. Paste. 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 Cool. Now these are flying around doing their thing. Now this is where the magic happens, but first I have to explain one system in Fusion, and that is publishing. If I were just to create a background node and pipe that into a transform, you see I have these transform controls and I could just move this anywhere using these centers. I'll pull this down just to show. And I can move these parameters and I could right click on this center and go to publish. And you'll see instantly, it'll look like it sets a keyframe, but this is always enabled. Then if I were to say, create another background, say this is a green background, create another transform, preview that here, I could scale this down. And then on that transform, I want to right click on center, I want to connect to. Now, spoiler alert, we have these perturbs here because they do it for you. But if we came down to transform 2, which is what we just set that publish on, then we can go to center. And then now if I go back to that first transform and change anything, those values have been connected inside the software. Now you can actually do this with expressions as well, but most of the time, if you can do it with publishing and the connect menu, it's better. But you have some more flexibility with how complicated expressions can get. So that's cool. It just links these 2 values. But as we showed when I went there, when we set that modifier, it automatically published that new coordinate for when it zooms around the scene. So here's what we're gonna do. I wanna pull up this merge with our little flying balls over here. And then I'm going to create 1 new background. We'll go ahead and make this, I don't know, just a bright, sort of pale blue. We'll see how this goes. And into this node, I'm going to create a series of masks. And we're gonna do that with this 3rd tool, the polygon node. I'm gonna click that, pull up that background on viewer 2, and on polygon, with this first click append tool selected, I'm just going to click, and that will give us these 2 points. And then on that polygon now, if we right click on that mask, we can go to polygon, polyline down here, publish points. That's what we want. And then in the inspector, underneath that polygon, you'll see now 0.0 and 0.1 with exact coordinate spaces. Now watch, in that polygon, in the inspector, I'm gonna go to that first point, right click, go to connect to perturb 1 value. And you'll see these aren't connected yet, but that point now instantly jumped. And if we look at our first viewer, you'll see that now that point is tied to the center of one of these little white balls. And even if we scrub around, you'll see it is always tied to that point. It is looking at the value after the shake modifier of the center, and it is connecting that to one of the ends of this line we just created. So now we can go to point 2, connect to perturb 2 or 1-1 value. And in our second viewer here, you can't see anything, but that's because we need to pull up the border width just a hair, and now we have it. And now let's go ahead and drag this up, connect these 2 outputs, that'll make a new merge. And when we preview that merge, you'll see that now we have these little flying balls with this 1 pale blue line connecting them. If you want the line behind these, you can always come into this merge, Control T, we'll swap that foreground and background element. And now wherever these balls fly around the screen, even off screen, they will stay connected like this, and it'll shrink and expand as it needs to. So now I'm going to create a whole host of new polygon nodes and then connect them to all these miscellaneous flying balls, and until we get a web of connecting lines. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna take this polygon node down here, just copy that node with the mask, paste it. I'm going to come down and remove those perturbed connections at first. So then I can copy that, paste, 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 and yeah, one more. Because remember, even though we have 4, each of those can connect to each of the others. We won't do all of them, that's fine. And then masks can actually stack on top of each other. So I'm just gonna connect all of these polygon nodes to each other, and it will read all of those masks and then apply all of those masks at once to this one background node that is that color we chose. So then I'm gonna go to polygon and just go on a spree of connecting 1, 2, connecting 3. And in the preview, you'll see what this is doing instantly. 1, 2, 4 now. There we go. And then we can do some other cool ones like 2 to 3. And 2 to 4. And then it looks like we had the exact right amount for how many we have here. Connect 3, 2, 4. And now if we scrub through our scene, you'll see that wherever these balls move around the screen, all of their connections stay perfectly locked to their exact center. And this is cool, but this is also as simple as this could really be. You could publish and connect as many points on one layer or one node as you wanted. Instead of lines, I could have just a box that's connected to all of these, like in the one graph I demoed earlier. There is a ton of potential to this specific effect, but it is really one tool that you can then use so many unique ways. This is a cool effect, but it also demonstrates this powerful engine behind the scene of publishing and connecting, which really unlocks so much power inside the Fusion page. But that's all I've got for you. Thanks so much for watching. If this video was useful, I would love to know that. Please leave a comment or a like, or if you haven't yet subscribed, we talk a whole lot about the Fusion page on this channel. I like it a lot. It's super cool. Hi. So just a day or so ago, friend of the channel, ePlusVox, reached out to me to help him with trying to achieve a certain kind of motion in his animation. Eternal motion. The kind of thing you're seeing on screen now, a repeating pattern that just goes on and on and on. Now, if you were in a confined space or normal production environment, you could achieve any sort of linear motion like this just with 2 keyframes. But what happens when you want to set up a move with an indeterminate length? If you want to have something moving at a set speed with the full freedom to extend that clip as long as you need it. That's the problem we're going to solve. This pattern has been moving for a little while, but it only exists with 2 keyframes, but those 2 keyframes are in just the beginning few seconds of this move. There are a few different ways to achieve this, but we're going to use one method that is so simple. I'm really excited to show it to all of you. Let's get started. All right, I am here in DaVinci Resolve on the edit page, and I've already created a little timeline over here, full HD, 30 frames a second, and I'm just going to grab a Fusion composition from our effects library, drag it onto our timeline, and press this button down here to jump into the Fusion page. All right, here's our Fusion page layout. We have our one media out, and as always, whatever we do on the Fusion page, we will pipe into this to send it back to the edit page. So the first thing I am going to do to recreate that layout we had on our previous scene is to just create a normal background node here. And I'm going to make this a nice sort of teal. I will preview this by pressing 2 to bring it up here. Something like this, great. I'm going to add a ellipse mask here, which will make it a circle. And even though this circle will be small, I'm going to keep this size here because coming out of this background node,
I'm going to create a transform node, add it there. And I'm going to use one little trick that I've touched on a few other times. It's one of the first really cool things I found in Fusion, and I still love it. Inside this transform, we're going to make sure we're previewing that by pressing 2. I'm going to come down to edges, and I'm going to turn on wrap. And then I am going to pull down this size until we have an entire field of this shape. I might actually bring it up a little bit. Yeah, there. And I'm going to bring down the size of this orb just a bit so we have a little more separation between the top and the bottom. Now in my demonstration, I just had a band of these, but I did some other stuff or I will do it. I haven't actually made it yet. But this is a simple way to demonstrate what we're going to do here. Now, this whole process is especially useful because of how presets and templates work in Resolve. You can make a pattern like this, even an animated pattern, and turn that into a generator that you can always access as a drag and drop effect on the edit page. And if you have continuous motion, then you can drag and drop that and extend it to whatever length you need for whatever video you're working on. So I'm going to go into the transform node, come to the beginning, set a keyframe in the inspector on the center parameter, again, of the transform node. And then I'm just going to come forward, let's say 30 frames, 1 second. And I'm going to either drag these parameters here or also use the tactile controls in the viewer. I'm going to click the center and just move it a little bit to the side like that. And if we scrub through, you'll see that these just move up and to the right. And you know what? I'm even going to pull up this size as well so it isn't so dense and so confusing. Great. But if we watch that, it moves and then it stops. Here's the magic. I'm going to select the transform and open up the spline viewer. I'll click this place on that transform node, and then I'm going to click this button up here to zoom to fit. And if we scale out here, I'm doing this with a middle and left mouse button. Holding middle mouse button moves around a bit. You see that move represented visually. Now the spline viewer has several tools to help with motion. If I select these nodes, I have tons of options down here. Cool things we've played with before, like step in or step out. But we also have reverse, set loop, set ping pong, and set relative. If I click reverse, then it will just reverse the animation of those 2 keyframes. I'm gonna click that back. If I set loop, then you can even see visually what it is doing. It is going to move over that 1 second, and then in that frame, it is going to just jump back to where it was. It's eternal continuous motion, but of course it's not smooth. It's just looping that 1 second, which doesn't line up perfectly. So I'm gonna select those, uncheck loop, and then we have ping pong, which functions like ping pong animation. Here we have this field going up, and then in the next second, it just comes back to where it started. Cool. I'm gonna uncheck that. And the thing we are looking at, as you might have guessed, is this last one, set relative. Watch what this does in the spline viewer. I'm gonna create some room, select those 2 keyframes here, and then click set relative. And then now you see this sort of projected pink line here of this motion path is just continuing at that same pace. And now if I go back and preview my timeline, it moves over that 1 second, but it just keeps going afterward in the same direction at the same speed. You're seeing it loop here once it hits the end of this timeline, but as I'm about to do, I'm going to package this up real quick into a template and show on the edit page. And there you'll be able to extend or shrink as much as you want. And no matter what length, it'll have this perfect continuous motion. First, I'm gonna connect that transform to my media out so we have a complete little scene here. And very quickly, just to demonstrate, I'm going to select all of these, right click, go to macro, create macro, which gives us this prompt. This is where you would put in a lot more control, but just to demonstrate, I'm going to name this Eternal Field File, save as group. You could choose save as, but save as group gives you some more flexibility if you like poking around like me. Save this to a location that you will be able to access quickly, click save. And then to get this on the edit page, I'm going to open the effects library, open templates, edit, select generators, And I'm gonna come up to these three dots here and click Show Folder. That should open up this window for you. I have a lot of things here. You probably don't have much, if anything, in this location, but I'm also gonna pull up a window of where I save that eternal field here, and I'm just gonna drag that in here. And there it is, and we see it pop into the Fusion page as well. Now, if we go back to the edit page and make sure my effects library is open, go to generators. Right here after contours in generators, we have eternal field, and you can even preview that. If I drag that onto this timeline, this was the original Fusion composition we created, but after this, we have our internal field. And just like the actual Fusion composition, it goes in this location, but we can drag this out as long as we want, and these will just keep moving no matter how long anything else we do. We will just have this constant motion in the background. And this is just one example of this sort of background image. But anytime you need continuous motion that you just want to set and forget, this is going to be valuable. A real quick video I just wanted to get out there for anyone else looking to achieve this kind of motion. The secret is the set relative option in the spline viewer. Thanks, I'll see you next time. Hey, you might have seen this effect on TikTok or somewhere else where it's sort of this freeze frame effect. Things come flying into view and then sync up with the main ongoing video. We're going to take a look at how to recreate it today. It's pretty fun, not too hard at all. I'm excited. Let's get started. All right, I have created a new fresh timeline here. This is a 1080 by 1920 timeline, so we have this vertical aspect ratio. And I'm going to drag in the video clip we are going to be using. Now this clip is longer than what we're needing, but we don't just need to trim it down. If I find the area I want to use, then right before I come in, I can trim this clip till I slide out again. Great. And I'm going to slide this over to the beginning of my timeline, and then I'm going to select that clip, right click, and create a new compound clip. For a lot of editing projects, this wouldn't be necessary, but with how we are going to work with this clip inside of Fusion, this is going to be super important. So now we have the clip, just the actual footage we want, and this compound clip is stored in our media pool, so if we drag an instance of that, it is just the clip we want. But we're just going to use this one compound clip, at least for now, on the edit page, so we can just have our playhead anywhere over that clip and click this button to open the Fusion page. That's great, and now we are on this main Fusion layout. We have our media in, which is that source clip, and that goes to the media out. Anything we do on the Fusion page, any additional nodes we add, it'll all get processed, and then whatever is going into the media out, that is what will appear on the edit page. Now we're going to quickly circle back to that compound clip, because I'm going to start scrubbing through until we get to the first main thing we want frozen in place. So it's this controller. This is the DaVinci Resolve Speed Editor, by the way, a nifty little device, specifically if you also use the DaVinci Resolve cut page. And I believe it's still coming with a full license of DaVinci Resolve, so it's a nifty way to get some physical hardware when you're ready to upgrade your software as well. But we're gonna scrub until that just comes to that rest point. You can tell I'm kind of syncing up with the music there. And now we're going to find that demo compound clip we created, drag that into our workspace down here, and you'll see that will create a new media in. Now this is important. If we look at our source media in, we don't have nearly as many options because this source media in is actually referencing the edit page. It gets a little complicated, but you'll see when we look at that new media in that was created when we dragged in that compound clip, now we have some really interesting controls. We have a global in and out, trim, and options to hold the first or last frame. Now here, I'm going to look at this number here, which is the number of frames into this composition. So we know at 260 frames, that's when we want this eventual cutout we will make to stop being a cutout and disappear or effectively sync up with the main video. So I'm gonna select that, copy that 260. I'm gonna paste that into both sides of the trim, so that now this media in, if we pull that up in Viewer 2 and go back to the beginning of our timeline, it will be that frame we want, but it will only exist for one frame. But we can also come to this hold first frame and also paste in 260. So this is our main video. This will be the freeze frame of the speed editor. And you see this just will hold until it gets to that sync up point. and then this whole clip will disappear. So when we layer these over each other, we can have just that portion animate in and then disappear synced up with the video. Let's go ahead and do that again. After the speed editor, we have this little guy. I didn't super intend for this to be showing off gear. I created a loose theme for this TikTok of just handy things on my desk, but they're also pretty cool. This is the coordinator control. I use this for audio control in DaVinci Resolve. You can use these faders to actually set the audio level of clips in your timeline. It's nifty, but we'll see this freeze frame happens at 327. So I will pull in a new copy of that compound clip, copy that, paste that on both sides of the trim and on the hold first frame. And we can move on to these books that come over the face and then split. Cool. Repeat that process again. We are trimming that clip and then having it hold for that same amount of frames. Now this will be the laptop. Great. That same process. Cool. I will just sample that one. Yep, it holds throughout here. And when it syncs up, it disappears. And then we just have one final one taking this sip. Cool. 722, in, out, hold, first frame. Awesome. And just to make this convenient, I'm going to stack these nodes, and then we're going to rig up a nice little simple node tree. Now, because these are all layers that will be disappearing, one important thing we need to do is click this button over here to make a background. And I'm going to make sure that all these sliders are down to 0. So if we preview this, it is a fully transparent layer. And this background, when we start merging it to all these media in, we need to make sure that this background node is coming into the yellow background node, so that when any of these source clips disappear, we always have that background node in the back. Otherwise, if we had this first node disappear, it would cause the rest of the node tree it is attached to fail as well. But from there, we can just sync up the rest of these media in nodes like this, connecting them all as new foreground elements. Great. And finally bringing them into and over this main video clip. Great. Now, simple masking. I'm going to come back to this first media in here. I'm going to copy that playhead location again and paste it in here so we jump to it. And this is for an interesting reason. If I have this media in selected and I click to add a mask, it will add that polygon, but it will instantly start to affect that image. And because we haven't drawn or created a polygon, there is no mask to tell us what to see of the image. But I have our source clip over here. So this is what I am going to zoom in and start to mask. I am using this polygon mask and this default pen tool. And for here, a lot of the things we have nice edges. So I'm just going to draw this around, pull to create these handles that will go around these rounded edges. And then real quick, I will close this loop. And hey, now we have seen once we finish that mask, it pops up over here as well. So if I were to preview this first merge node, which is the background, and then this media in clip over that, you'll see it will play alongside that source video. And then once it gets to the point at syncing, it will disappear. So now we just need to repeat this process with the rest of our media in. I'm going to create a handful of these polygon nodes and just position them really quickly over this media in. Quickly remind myself which one is the books. This one. This one will require 2 polygon nodes. Then we can sync all these up. Jump to the next one. Find the time that works for that as well. Again, make sure we are watching this one. Now I can zoom in and start to draw on this polygon mask. I am keeping this very simple while I'm going over it live. I spent quite a bit more time making sure my masks were nice and clean for my full sample, and I definitely recommend you get comfortable with these masking tools so you can really dial this in the way you want it. On to books. Great. And here, since we have 2 books, which will be separate masks, I did create 2 polygon nodes. Less rounded corners on these. We will have our first book, second polygon node for this second book. Great. You see those pop up just fine. On to the next one. Quick masking, dragging the points to get these nice rounded edges. Very quick. In this demo, you also see my fingers. I don't care about that. Great. Last one. This polygon node. In the demo, I did spend quite a bit more time going around here, especially any softer edges or hair can be sort of tricky. But hey, we are speeding through it now. Great, great, great. Oops. Great. Awesome. All right, quick recap of what we have done so far. We had our source footage and we dragged that onto a timeline where we were able to make a compound clip of just the section we know we wanted to use. When we opened that clip in the Fusion page, we were able to drag in copies of that compound clip and trim those using the inspector, so we effectively had a still image that held from the beginning of our clip to when that still matched up with our source clip and then it disappeared. Then we went back through and created custom polygon masks on all of these new sources, so it was just the element we wanted isolated that would come flying into view and sync up with our video. So now the only real thing left to do is animate. And believe it or not, some work has already been done for us by the process we've used. We know the exact frame when these clips need to sync up with the video, so we know the exact end keyframe of our animations. If I preview this final merge node, you'll see here at the end it looks fine, but if we go back to the beginning, we will see all of those individual stills just floating in air, and they will stay there until they sync up with the source clip, when again they will disappear one by one. Now, all of the animation we are going to create will happen on these merge nodes. If you select any merge node and make sure your inspector is open, you will see all these transform options like you might find on a transform node. But when you're using a merge node, these apply only to the foreground element, which in each of these cases are these new freeze frame clips. So I'm going to select that first clip. Again, copy the frame count where that disappears, jump to that. I'm going to hop over to my merge, set keyframes on center for this first one, then come back a fair bit and drag this over to wherever you want to. You can also use these tactile controls on screen. I'm going to keep this first one simple down here. So if we just preview that merge, you'll see our video is playing and then this comes flying in and you can see that it will sync up in that location just in time to disappear and the video will keep playing. On to the next one, I'll create this second merge. Find the frame where this one disappears. On that merge too, I will set a center and size keyframe, come back a little bit, make sure I'm previewing it that time, and then we'll just scale this like really up, drag this over like here, that'll come flying in, zoom down, sync up. Then we'll move on to this next one, these two books. Again, I am grabbing the time for that, pasting it in so we can preview that and our source clip at the same time. And just come down to the merge. Let's have some fun with angle and center this time. Come back a few frames so we can really rotate those. Shift them all the way down here. And I'll see what that looks like as these rotate into place, and then great. Onto the laptop, same thing, move over. Center, size, angle. Come back a little bit. I'm gonna shrink this one down a whole lot. Crank up this angle so it really sort of flies in there. All the way from right below. So that'll spin and spin and... Yep, cool. And last one. Grab the time, move over, so we can set a keyframe just on center and a little bit of angle. And this one will, then we can come back a bit, so that'll slide over. And on a bare bones level, that could be it. You can always mess with these keyframes as much as you want, isolate as many elements as you want. But now we are going to jump over to the edit page and let this cache so we can check it out. We're here on the edit page. You can see we have this blue bar over our entire scene. There's no red, so we know this has cached. I'm just going to hop over and grab the actual audio we know we want on this as well. Paste that in. And for super quick work of it, I think that's pretty good. A lot of the high profile examples of this effect go crazy. They're jumping around, their limbs are flying in. You can make some really cool stuff. And you can make all of it for free in DaVinci Resolve. So if you use this video to make this effect for yourself and put it out somewhere, I would love to see it. We have done some cool stuff with text inside DaVinci Resolve on this channel, and today we're gonna do more. This is a great introduction for anyone who wants to just do more with text and titles in Resolve. We're gonna look at the shading element system inside the Text Plus tool, and it's so powerful. We're gonna take something like plain text and turn it into this really cool sort of sticker treatment. You have this giant white outline like you might see on stickers, and even this subtle drop shadow, so it makes it look sort of like another element above your scene. So let's get started. I'm gonna move to this empty spot on my timeline, and the first thing I'm gonna do is come to generators and drag in solid color. I'm gonna set this to just a nice light gray. This is really just to give us some more separation so we don't have a black background layer, especially when we added this drop shadow. But after that, I'm gonna come to titles and drag in a plain Text Plus effect. We can type in whatever we want in here, like subscribe, and then just use our general controls for stuff like size or changing up the font to anything else you might like. Something big and bulky is probably gonna look great here. Now, after we have those general settings, inside the inspector, all this was done in this first text area, but we're gonna shuffle over to shading. And you can see by default, this white text is the shading element 1. And if we open this dropdown, we have up to 8 shading elements to work with. That's 8 copies of this text that we can modify in really cool ways. So the first thing I'm going to do is come to shading element 2, toggle that on. By default, it is this red outline. I'm going to pull up the thickness just a little bit and actually pull down this red, so now it's this black background. Then I'm going to go back to shading element 1 now that we have some separation, and I'm going to come down to where it says type solid. I'm going to change that to gradient. By default, this will give us this white to black gradient from top to the bottom, but I'm going to toggle back to my example here and see what we have. We cycle through a few colors. We have yellow, green, this sort of teal, then darker blue. I'm going to select this first arrow, so we know that's what we're working with. Create this nice punchy yellow. Then this sort of neon green. It's teal blue. And then I'm going to click on this white and make this a darker blue. Maybe not too dark. And you'll see this is a little different than what we were working with before, because this gradient is still going top to bottom instead of left to right, but we have this mapping angle. So if I change this to -90, that will start to get us there, but you can see it is applying this gradient on a character level, which we have this mapping level. We can change from character to either line or word. If you had multiple words in a line, you could always do line, but either of those should work for here. And now we have that same gradient, which I think looks great for the look we're going for. It's big and bold. It's cool. Now, what I'm gonna do next, some of these shading elements have a lot of things built in. If I see number 4 and toggle that on, by default, it is this giant blue background. So I'm actually gonna come down to element 6 and toggle that on, because by default, this has just the standard default settings. It isn't actively doing anything. It's just another white copy of text. But there, I'm going to toggle from appearance to outline, because that gives us this thickness slider. And I can crank this up, and now you start to see that white background. And by default, this slider only goes up to 0.1. But here's something really important you need to know if you're doing anything in Fusion, or I guess Resolve as well, is that while this slider only goes up to 0.1, you can click in this box and type in any number you want. I'm gonna go up to 0.3. That looks pretty good. I might go up to like 0.35. Maybe a little more, 0.4. Cool. And then you're just like balancing elements. I might pull up that black a little bit more, and then even come down to text and pull down tracking. And of course, this is all dynamic. You can change this font at any time, and all of these settings will carry over. You do see, as this is that white on the background, does look pretty flat, so we can come back over to shading element. I'm gonna come all the way down to 7 now, toggle that on. And to get this sort of drop shadow, the first thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna come to outline as well. I'm going to pull the outline amount, this thickness, from the element before it, so we have the same thickness as before. And I'm going to pull down all these color sliders so that's black. So if I were to come over to 6 and toggle that off, now we would have this black background behind it, but that is hidden by this sort of main sticker layer. I might bring that down a little bit and then paste that over. but one of the other many tools. We're only touching a few here. If we come down to softness, then we can pull up the softness on this X and Y a little bit. You start to see some stuff around the edges, but you also have position, and you can offset any of these layers. So I'm just going to bring this down a hair, and off to the right a hair, and then probably pull up that softness even more. So we have some different stuff to play with. This is a little harsher than my first example. Maybe not. And with just adding a few layers of these shading elements, we have this really cool design that I like a lot. And like I said, it is fully dynamic. You can come back, change any of these main settings, or change the text. Thanks. Howdy. And it all just works. And of course, we just had sort of main text layers and outline layers. Like I showed off before, if I just come over to 8 and play around, we have so many other options. We can create a text box that's dynamic. We can create just an outline, again, from individual characters to the entire word. That one's real big. There are so many different things you can add, and all of them just exist inside this one effect. So that's all, just a real quick video specifically covering the shading elements inside the Text Plus effect. There is so much potential here for just good looking text. I know a lot of you probably saw the Coinbase Super Bowl commercial that recreated the sort of classic DVD logo screensaver bouncing around the screen, changing colors. Theirs was the QR code you could scan. It was very cool. It was a big hit. Let's make it in DaVinci Resolve. This is what we are going to be creating, and I am very excited about the workflow I have put together. What you see here has no keyframes. And I could infinitely stretch the duration of this fusion clip, and it would just keep bouncing around, bouncing in random directions and changing random colors. We're gonna touch on a lot of cool stuff, so let me jump into the fusion page. To do that, I'm gonna come down to Effects, grab Fusion Composition, just drag that on my timeline, stretch it out a good bit. We'll go like 30 seconds or something. Cool. I will mouse over that and click this button to open the Fusion page. All right, we are here in the Fusion page, and all we have is our one media out. Whatever we do in the Fusion page, we'll plug into that, and now we'll kick it back over to the edit page. Now, especially if you are new here, the Fusion page can be very complicated, and we're gonna touch on some pretty in-depth stuff like particles and expressions. I am going to try to keep this as easy to follow along with as possible, but if you are following along, just know you're doing some pretty cool stuff. And I mentioned particles because we are actually going to start with particles. I'm going to click this button here to create a P emitter node, and then this third button here to create a P render node. Now the particle system in Fusion is self-contained. You see, if I select this P emitter and try to pull it up on viewer 2, that it is actually for me selected this P render node and put that up on viewer 2, because as many nodes as I put here inside the particle system, they all have to go into this P render system, and that is what actually gets us an image we can view. Now, if I were to just zoom in here, I'm zooming in on this viewer by holding middle and left mouse button. You can see here, if I start to play this, we have dots. This is our particle system. Right now, the default P emitter node is telling it, hey, every frame make some dots. In this case, if I go to emitter, it's every frame make 10 dots. Those dots are lasting for 100 frames. Now we are going to jump right in and start changing things. I'm going to go to frame 0, pull this number down to 1, set a keyframe, go forward 1 frame, and change that to 0. We can see we have this one little dot. That might be hard to see. So to help, I'm going to immediately jump over to Style, change that from a point to a blob. That'll give us that little shape. And I can zoom out at this point or pull down the size a little bit. We have this one little blob. And that one will be spawned on the first frame and then hold for 100 frames when it will disappear. Now, this little blob, this point, is going to be driving the physics of our text or our box or whatever we make bouncing around the screen. So to do that, we need this dot to not die. We need to expand this lifespan. Now you could type in whatever number of frames you are working with, or you could right click on lifespan, go to expression, and type in comp.renderEnd +1. This comp.renderEnd is going to automatically look at the length of our clip. So if we go back to the edit page and expand it, it will get updated. And we have +1 because if I don't have that, then it will stay, and just on the last frame, it will disappear. It's just how this lifespan is generating. We need that. plus 1. Okay, cool. So we have a stationary dot for as long as we want it. Let me come down to velocity, turn up velocity a little bit, zoom out, and now this dot just moves. Moves across the screen. It'll keep going in this direction forever. Luckily, what we can do is after this P emitter node, create a P bounce node. Very cool. I'm going to hop over to region, changes from line to a cube. I'll keep repositioning here. And now if I were to just play this, give it this angle, we start to see what's sort of happening. This dot is just bouncing back and forth. The velocity of this point was only on that x-axis. If we go back to P emitter node and change this angle, angle variance, and angle z a little bit, then if we go back to bounce, we'll see that point is bouncing around inside this 3D cube. I actually want to go and undo all that stuff I just did, because on that P bounce, I am pulling in this depth just to it is 0.01. So we have this square and we have just a little bit of thickness. And importantly, I'm going back to my P emitter over to region and I am setting that to cube to match. So we know it is going to spawn inside this. Now if we preview that a little bit, again, we reset that. So it's just bouncing beside these two walls, but I could go back to controls, turn up the angle just a little bit. And now you can kind of see where we're going. Okay, we are going to hop back and forth between some things because we need to dial in some parameters that are a little hard to get. To do that, I'm going to come over to P render and change this output mode from 3D to 2D. Our point will look like it disappears. It's actually very small, but we're doing that so that we can come back to this bounce. And you can see I pulled up the width until it reaches the very edge of our frame, but we want to pull up the height just until it reaches the top and bottom of our frame, which you can see are about 0.56-ish. It doesn't need to be super precise, but that'll help us a whole lot. If I come back to P render, toggle back to 3D, you can see this point is now flying over this scene. I'll come to P emitter, pull up that velocity a little here, give it a skosh more angle. Again, I am selecting this P bounce to see this box, and you see this is the bouncy motion we want. Now, let's get into some exciting 3D stuff. This P render is giving us this 3D scene. Now I just have to set up the rest of a standard 3D scene. I'm going to have a 3D merge that P render will go into. That'll come out to a renderer 3D, and just in that merge, we will have a 3D camera. And I can preview that merge, where you see some stuff going on. We have our camera, and you can see that this plane is sort of intersecting that camera. So with this camera selected, I need to pull this back, and this will be a little bit of a balancing act because you see the field of view of this camera. And we want to pull that camera back until that field of view matches up with this frame we made. Yep, got to make sure you're selecting the right thing. The camera selected. I'm going to select the camera, come into my transform controls. So we have this. You can see we're getting close. We have a little bit of an overlap. Pull the camera back just a little bit more. Really close. Let's try that. That looks pretty great. You can see it's showing us the field of view of this camera, and it is close to perfectly intersecting with each of the corners of this bounce plane. So if I pull up this renderer, you can see we have this dot flying around, bouncing the corners, hitting off. Cool. Wasn't quite zoomed out there, but now we have this dot flying around. Now, how do we turn this dot into something else? We are doing that with a very cool and very powerful node called the Replicate 3D node. Ooh, this is cool. Okay. I'm going to drag this, I'm going to connect this node between my P renderer and my merge 3D node. Now this is giving us an error at first, and that's because it is missing a crucial input. We have this P render scene coming into this first input, the destination input, but we need something coming into this green input as well. To do that, I'm going to click this button to create a shape 3D node. By default, it will be this plane. That's great. I'm going to connect that into the green input. Now if I preview that merge 3D or even my renderer 3D, hey, we no longer have that dot bouncing around. We have this little square we created. This replicate node is very powerful. I'm still not even sure I understand the breadth of what this node can do, but one thing I know it can do is that you can input a particle scene and then you can input any 3D object and it will replicate an instance of that singular 3D object on any number of points in your scene. There's only one box in this scene now because we only had 1 point. If I went back and cranked up the number of points being generated, we would have that many white boxes all bouncing around our scene. Let's do it real quick. I'm going to come back into my P emitter and let's even leave it for this first frame. On this first frame, instead of 1, let's create 6. Now if I render that, we have 6. Now they are bouncing together because they all share the same velocity. We could increase the velocity variance and the angle variance. See what we're working with. Okay, now the dots are going different speeds and in different directions. This is cool. This is not what we are doing in this tutorial, but this does demonstrate the functionality of this replicate node. Just in the instance we are going with, we are only creating one particle and using that to generate one copy of this 3D plane we generated. And there are, believe it or not, more secrets to this replicate node. Check this out. It pulls certain parameters from the particle. If I go back to P emitter, go back to style and pull up the size of this blob we created, you can see that correlates to the blob of the square. So we know we want something a little bigger, and it is important, I believe, to pull up this size instead of going to the shape 3D size because of that interaction of bouncing into the edges. Pulling up this size, the actual particle will bounce on the edges, which is what we want. And if I were to go over to color and start to color that particle, it would color this 3D shape as well. It's a 3D plane, but still a 3D shape. That's cool. But that's not what we are going to do. We're going to get pretty crazy with some, I think, complicated stuff. It's complicated for me. I'm going to keep it simple. But I do want to give a quick shout out to Noah Handel. I believe I am pronouncing his name right. He has some awesome videos and an amazing website with tons of resources for anyone doing particle effects inside Resolve. The particle system is crazy, underutilized, and I can't wait to show you what I found out with the help of some of his resources. But to do that, I'm going to create some room here in my node tree. And after this P bounce, I'm going to create a P custom node. There are different custom nodes inside Fusion. All of them are crazy, crazy powerful. We are going to use just a little bit of this functionality. But you see, if I move over in the inspector, I can set up a region. And if I click that, I can go to region cube. And this looks a lot like the setup we had before. If I select that P render node, you can even see we have this new smaller box inside. So I can come to this P render. We know we want our width at 1, our depth at 0, 1. And I can come back to this P bounce, grab that same height number. And now that box matches the box that we are using to drive the bounce. Now, importantly, I'm going to change this ignore region to when intersecting region. Okay, now the crazy stuff. I'm going to come back over. I'm going to hop over to this particle tab here. And now we have a ton of parameters. And these are correlating to the raw parameters of this particle system. Just to demonstrate, you can see I have this velocity X, Y, and Z. And without changing anything, this dot is bouncing around our scene all over the place. If I were to come to velocity Y and just set that to 0, it would only have velocity on the x-axis, so it just bounces back and forth like this. And instead of the default parameter, whatever that is, of the y. Very quick, small demonstration. What we are interested in is down here, red, green, and blue. This relates to the color of our particle. So what I am going to do, I'm going to make sure I'll come back to my final render. So now we have this cube, but with a P custom node selected, inside particle, I'm going to come down to red. And I'm going to paste this in, but then I'll walk through it. I'm going to paste in this expression. If RGN hit, that region we set up, if that region gives us a response of 1, which will happen when we set that parameter to intersecting, it will only be intersecting at the moment it bounces. So when it hits the region, when it bounces, change this red to a random value between 0.5 and 1. All these RGB values are a slider between 0 and 1. So we're saying we don't want it to get too dark, but we want it to be random. And then I have this R at the end saying, so it will start as white. If you want to start this as a different color, you can set in any other like arbitrary value, but it will be randomizing every time it hits the edge. So the first like few frames don't matter as much. Okay, I will leave that for now. And if we start to play this, you see it's bouncing, and as soon as it bounces, it is getting more or less blue, and that is because the red channel is decreasing. But we can copy all of this, paste it into green and blue, and of course set that final number for G and B. Now when this bounces, we will get a completely random color, and because they are only ever going down to 0.5, they'll never be too dark. Now you are seeing this box is coming out of the edge a little bit, and that is, I was a little wrong before. It is not bouncing from the edge of the particle, it is bouncing from the center. Okay, so let's try to fix this together. I'm going to find a point where it looks like it should hit that very top edge. Come back to this P bounce, and I'm actually going to pull down this height until we see that right square start to react. There, we can see we just want it right on that edge. You can see even we have a little too much, so just screw it up. I think I would favor towards bouncing a hair off screen. That's great. Get towards a bounce on the side. Pull in this width as well. Cool. This number that is working for me on this width, 0.834, and on the height, 0.398. If you are 16:9, that should work for you. But now, of course, we need to copy this width and height, head over to our P custom node, paste that in the region as well, because that box is now bigger than this box, so it will never hit that box. But now preview, it is hitting those edges, it is changing color. This is great. Okay, all the hard stuff is done, but we still have some work to do because right now this is a square. What if you want your logo or custom text? I intentionally built it this way because we are going to keep this box. Whatever text or logo I bring in, I'm just going to cut out of this shape. So we always have those clearly defined edges bouncing around, especially if you're bringing in logos. Those bouncing around could get iffy because they are going to deal with the restraints of the particle and the shape we set up, but you're not always going to perfectly see those edges. So this is why I recommend this way. So let me zoom in here, and I'm going to start creating a little shape. I'm going to create a background. I'm just going to have this be a solid white background. Pull this up on our first viewer here, so we have our scene on our second. And in this background, importantly, because we are mapping this onto the square, I'm going to come over to Image. I'm going to uncheck Auto Resolution, and I'm going to right check on height, go to Expression, and just parent that to this width, so we always have this perfect square. It's not the most important thing, but it's a great way to get this square. And then I'm going to create a Text Plus node, and I'll just type in something like, and subscribe. We can hop over to Image and do the same little hack. I'm doing this on the text as well because while it won't change how the text looks, if I preview just the text, you'll see it has it on the square. It keeps things a little clean. I'm going to size this up, and hey, even let me right click in this text box, go to character level styling. You're getting an extra tip. Now I can go over to modifier and do something really cool. Now I can select individual characters and modify the size just for those. So we start getting some powerful stuff. We can pull this line spacing down. So as long as anything stays in this square, it should be pretty good. Like and subscribe. Cool. I'm going to compare the output of this text and the background. So now we have this little merge, and this text is white, but that doesn't super matter because we're going to come into merge anyway and change this from over to XOR. So now we have this white shape with the text cut out of it. Now this we can plug right into this shape 3D merge. It will treat that as a material, and boom. Now if we go back, it starts white, but starts moving around as soon as it hits the edges, changes color. Like and subscribe. Demonstrate a logo very quickly. Let me pull in the YouTube logo, and if I were to just replace that with my text, you see, hey, a little cutout of a YouTube logo. You could even use this merge size, and then that could be flying around changing colors, which isn't probably very brand friendly, but it's cool. And then as long as your renderer 3D is piped into your media out, you can go back to the edit page, and here you have your effect. This is flying around. This is a little fast, especially with no motion blur. So I will hop in, and you can just go back to your P emitter on controls, pull down that velocity a little bit, and that will directly affect the speed of this flying around the screen. These hard edges make it pretty plain when there's no motion blur. So I'm just gonna pull this velocity even lower as it just sort of glides around the screen, bouncing, changing colors. And because this is off expressions and physics, and because we changed that lifespan parameter, this is like about a 30-second clip. You could extend this clip as long as you want it to, and it will just keep going, bouncing, changing color. And that's the video. I'm leaving it on this scene because I think this looks pretty cool. I don't think there is an easier or more flexible way to do this. I could go in and change the text or the size or the velocity. This could be flying and bouncing around all over the place. Inside DaVinci Resolve, this is what we are going to be making today. I was in a live stream, someone asked about lava lamp effects, and I threw some stuff together, and I really like how it looks. So today is just going to be a very simple walkthrough of this effect. As always, I'm on the edit page, but I'm going to drag a Fusion composition to my timeline. Make sure my playhead is over that and click this button to open the Fusion page. All we have is our media out. Whatever we create, we will plug into that media out, and that is what will send it back to the edit page. The first thing I'm going to make is the general background for this scene. So I'll create a background node, and this is just going to be a nice dark purple. I'll adjust that color. I can always pull that up in a viewer with 1 or 2. And I'm going to connect that right to my media out so we have a simple tree we can start to build upon. And at this point, we can start to have a little fun, because first I am going to click this button to create a fast noise effect. If I preview this on window 1, you'll see we sort of have this smoky texture. And if I just play with a few of these settings, you can see what's going on. I can pull up this contrast, and especially this scale, you'll start to see this pattern that we're working with. This is an incredibly powerful node. You can change all of these settings, get tons of different looks, but we want to keep it a little simple. So I'm actually going to drag down this scale pretty far. Pull down contrast a little bit. I'm going to move back to the next step, and then I might have to jump back and forth, because after this, I'm actually going to deselect that node and create a bitmap mode. I pulled up this search menu with shift space, started typing in bitmap, and we have that, and I'm going to take the output of the fast noise node into the yellow input of the bitmap. Sometimes by default, it will connect through this map input. You want this yellow input, and then if I preview the bitmap node, you'll see it kind of looks like what we plugged in, except instead of something being see-through, now it is dark. But on the bitmap, I'm actually going to come to this low slider and crank this up a ton until it starts to really eat away at this image. Then I'm going to go back to fast noise, pull up this contrast even more, and in this bitmap, we're going to end up pulling this low almost all the way. In fact, yeah, I'm going to pull this low all the way up to 1. So now all that gradient, it is just getting rid of. And we are left with what would, if we preview the fast noise, be only these super highlight points, but they are coming through as sharp edges through this bitmap node. And now if we go back to the fast noise, you have a little bit of a clearer picture of what in this new situation all of these sliders do, especially this scale. If you want lots of small things or large things, you can mess with this seethe to get like different iterations. And you can already see, okay, this is a lot of the effect we're going for. And then you can pull up this seethe rate a little bit, so it has some motion on its own, these shapes coming in and out. And on the center, I'm going to right click, go to modify with vector result. That will give us this modifier. And I am going to right click on distance and add an expression. I'm going to type in here time
divided by something pretty crazy. Let's try like 400. And now you see this entire image is slowly shifting to the right. It's shifting to the right because of this angle. If we change that to 90, this will start shifting up. Hey, we're getting closer. I will constantly be dialing all these settings how we want. And now this bitmap, you see it is giving us this white and black image, and this is meant to be used as mask data. If you use this as a mask, then whatever you are masking, you will see it in the white areas but not the black areas, and we are going to create a solid and change this from solid color to 4 corner. We preview this in 2. You see that we can change each of these corners to be a different color and end up with some pretty cool stuff. I spent a little bit finding the colors from my original example. We'll see how this one goes. And if I plug the bitmap into the blue mask input of that, hey, now we have this like blend over all of the image. Instead of trying to like mask or dial in colors for each of these blobs, you just apply this as a mask to a gradient, and then as these move around the screen, they will be changing color. I'm gonna get away from purple a little bit, just because this is on that purple background. Let's go with this. And if we drag the output of this background to our background 1, you see that it will apply that over that. That is step 1. Step 2, I'm going to take this fast noise, Control C, then Control Shift V. Now we'll create an instanced node, which is a copy of this node. You see it is attached with that little green line, and all of the parameters inside that node are the same as well. But we can selectively right-click on any of these and de-instance them. So now I can preview this first fast noise node, and I'm actually going to copy this bitmap and background node, paste those exact copies. They could be instanced, but we're not going to change anything there. So I will add that as an input to the bitmap node and then preview that as well. So now this is exactly the same because we haven't changed anything, but I de-instanced that scale. So now if I pull this scale back down and right click on Seed, de-instances that just to mix up this shape a little bit, maybe scale just a little bit. Then you see we sort of have 2 versions of this effect. I really want this one, a few different things, yeah. And this second version, we're going to attach just like we did before, but on this new merge, we're gonna change the apply mode from normal to soft light. And you see the second batch, I want it to be sort of like background effect layer stuff. So that instantly is darker and it's just being applied in a different way. So you still get some of that gradient as these come through the scenes, but they sit in the background, they don't pull as much focus. Now, after both of these, first, I'm going to add a grain node. Some film grain nodes require the studio license. I don't believe this is one of them. If it is, you can probably poke around. But on this grain node, it's not specific emulation, so I believe that's why we're good. You can see if we zoom in, we add some cool grain here, and especially if you're going for some sort of like retro aesthetic. I like how grain looks. And so you can just mess with these settings to get something you really like. You can mess with the size, all sorts of stuff. I kind of just like the default one to add a little texture. And then after the grain, we are going to add a soft glow. And all I'm going to do on the soft glow is just pull up this threshold. So it is really only applying this glow as we come up to the brighter parts of the screen, which will in this case be those foreground elements. That's it for inside the Fusion page. I will just hop back to the edit page and let this cache and we can check it out. And now that's cached, we can watch it, and just like the first version, I like this. It's crazy how changing up some of these colors can really affect the look. But one other small thing I didn't talk about, because our 2 fast noise nodes were instanced together, they are still pulling from the same pattern. We mixed up the seed and stuff, but they're like moving at the same speed. You could always alter that to get a different look. But really, I like this a ton, and it's pretty straightforward.
Here's a breakdown of how I made this classic CRT-inspired graphic for free in DaVinci Resolve. First things first, I have a timeline with the resolution of 1080 by 1350. This is that native Instagram resolution that looks really good across social media. Inside the Fusion page, this is the entire node tree. Let's start off simple. We are going to look at how I created this background sort of pixel grid. It's cool. It's the overall effect that sets the tone. I started off with a simple fast noise node. This just gives us a little bit of texture, and I masked that with a mask that is almost the entire size of the frame, but just feathers out towards the edges. That way we have our central fast noise graphic, and it feathers out towards these edges here, and that goes into one transform node that gives us this crazy grid. This happened because I'm bringing the size all the way down and I have the edges set to wrap. If I demo here, I have our main first fast noise. I'm going to set those edges to wrap. And as I pull down this size, you'll see that it replicates that. And I just do that until we get all the way down to having this little field of pixels. And because I used a fast noise instead of a solid background node, we just have a little bit more texture in there. Then I am just using a merge to set that over a transparent background, just sort of as a canvas. And from there, we can move on. Taking this grid of pixels, I then funnel that into a dent node, which takes this nice uniform grid and sort of bulges out towards the center, sort of like a classic CRT monitor. So we have smaller pixels out towards the edges, and then inside those sort of bulge out. Looks really cool. It's subtle, but sells it a lot. Settings here, I did bump this over to Dent 2. You can mess with these settings to get all sorts of different looks. I liked Dent 2. Now for text, we have this same node field we created without the dent, and I am pulling that into the mask input for this text. So if I preview just the text alone, you see if I disconnect that mask, hey, we have this text. But if I pull in that merge node, then you only see the text where it intersects with that pixel field. One reason this looks so good is that over in shading elements down in softness, I have pulled up this softness so it sort of fades into the surrounding pixels. If I pull that all the way down, it looks really sharp and doesn't blend with the overall style. But hey, crank up the softness and it looks really great. Coming out of that, we have the text, and I pipe that into my custom RGB split effect. I have a video all about this effect, but hey, you have text, and then you just sort of RGB split it. And it already looks pretty cool. Coming out of that, I have a soft glow node to just give it a little mask towards the center, but this really helps the edges and that RGB split to come through. And then out of that, this is really interesting. I have another soft glow node. If I preview that, nothing really changes, but check this out. The second soft glow is being masked by another fast noise node. If I preview that in my first viewer, you can kind of see what's going on. This fast noise has the seethe rate cranked up. So it is sort of coming on and off, and then on, or just the sides, or on and just the top, and then off. And you can see when that comes over the screen, that masks that soft glow. So we don't have just the static soft glow. We have another soft glow that just sort of comes in and out as this fast noise covers this area. And then we add that to our main background field. So yeah, we see have those pixels down there and then the text on top of it. And that is funneling into this transform node, which isn't doing much. All this first transform node is doing is scaling it up just a little bit, because next, we have this second transform node. If I preview that, you see, hey, by itself, it just shifted a little bit to the right, but that is because of the mask on this transform node. If I select that rectangle mask and zoom out, you see this is just a giant rectangle. And as we preview, the rectangle sweeps on and then off the bottom, and you can already sort of see what it's doing. This is a rectangle that is masking this transform effect, which just shifts this position a little to the right. So as this comes on, it shifts everything over to the right, and then it sweeps off and shifts everything back. And I have simple animations just for that move once, but then over in the spline viewer, if I preview that, we see I have those two keyframes here, but I had selected both those keyframes and toggled on loop. So you can see this box animates between those two keyframes, and then once it hits the end, it pops right up back to the top. So it will just loop indefinitely as long as we keep this graphic going. Just sort of kick in all our graphic over to the right and over to the left. And then that is the reason we have this first transform, scaled it up just enough so that we don't see any black edges when we jump over to the right, jump over to the left. Then we are finally comping that over a black background here. So now you have those fine pixels and our text. Next, we're going to be looking at this red and then blue texture that sort of slide over our image one after another. And they also add this really cool sort of harsher texture. Let's look at that. First, we are starting with another blank node just as a canvas. And on that, we are first bringing this red solid. You can see I created a red background layer, and then I have a rectangle mask that does that same looping motion. So I just have that over the entirety of the horizontal width. And in the spline viewer, you can see I have that animated. It animates off, and then I actually hold that a certain amount of pixels, and then that is what I loop over and over again. So it goes from top to bottom, hold for a little bit, and then goes top back to bottom. And we have that for red, and we have that for blue. And to alternate those, I just took the keyframes for the blue and made sure that when the red was going from top to bottom, the blue was resting, and then the blue was going from top to bottom. I can preview this both at the same time. So it goes red, then blue, then red, then blue, then red, then blue in a nice little loop. If I preview this merge with both of them, we'll see we have red, and then blue, and then red, and then blue. And that is coming over our scene here with a merge, and that apply mode is set to linear dodge, and I pulled the gain down. You can mess with these apply modes all day long, but this one I like the look of. You see it is pretty subtle, especially when I pull down the gain. You could really crank that up. But I wanted this just as a nice subtle effect. So here we have red sweep over, blue sweep over, red sweep over, blue sweep over. Now you can see that compared to our final product doesn't have nearly that harshness, and that is because of our final little effect here. We're starting with another fast noise, and this fast noise I cranked up, especially the scale and the contrast a little, with a little bit of seed rate, so we end up with just sort of this harsh grain. I am piping that through a little bit of an RG split, so just the edges get a little tinted either way, and then that is the foreground on a new merge element, but that merge element is being masked, this little blue input, by this red and the green overlay. So now we are only seeing this texture, and do note this apply mode is also set to screen with the gain down, but it is only adding this texture to our scene when we have the blue or the red, and then it follows that path. So we don't have this harsh noise over our normal pixel grid. It is only when the color sweeps that is introduced, and it really pulls that extra little bit of attention to it. But then we have our media out, sends it back to the edit page, where we can let that cache preview. We have those sweeping colors. We have our text jittering back and forth, that pixel field the entire time, little subtle RGB split, so it'll glow coming in and out. Looks great. And because of the flexibility of nodes, I can come back into this first text node at any time, change this to something fun, like, and subscribe, and it will work perfectly. Or even swap this out for a different graphic completely, or any custom animation, pipe it in here, it'll go through that entire process, it'll look great. Here's how to make this sleek 3D text reveal with shadows for free in DaVinci Resolve. I'm starting on a blank timeline in DaVinci Resolve. I'm gonna make sure my effects library is open and come to effects and drag a blank fusion composition right onto my timeline and extend that a bit. I can close my effects panel and then click this button right here to open the fusion page. The only thing we will see here is a media out node. Whatever we do in the fusion page will get piped into that, and that will send it back to the edit page. And we're gonna start by rigging up a fairly basic 3D scene. We have a batch of 3D nodes on our toolbox over here, and I'm gonna start by clicking this first one to add a 3D image plane. If I preview that by pressing either 1 or 2, it'll show that plane in this 3D workspace. You can move this camera by holding the middle mouse button and pivot around your point by holding the middle and the right mouse button. With that selected, I'm going to click this button to add a 3D camera, and it will automatically bring those together in a merge 3D. And with that merge selected, I'm also going to click this to add a spotlight, followed by 3D text. And then this final node here, a renderer 3D, and that will go into our media out. We're previewing that currently, but not seeing anything, because if we preview that 3D merge, we can see we have a lot of assets stacked right on top of each other. If we take this 3D camera and pull it back in 3D space, then if I pull that back far enough, you'll see the edges of this 3D image plane. I will rearrange a bit. So we have our camera down below, our light, and our text. And then here in our text, we can type with our inspector open whatever we want, like subscribe. I will make that this nice punchy bright red. And as you can see, this text is still just 2D, and it is actually intersecting with this 3D image plane. But we can come down to extrusion and pull up extrusion depth, and there we see that text has a little bit of depth now. And in these 3D previews, you can come up to this drop down and come to shadows, and then if we actually select that spotlight and pull that back, you can see this cone will start to hit our subject. I'm actually going to bring it way up here, and then change to this control rotate. So rotating, and that is aiming right down. And you'll notice that this light is affecting in our 3D scene, but not in our 2D render. That is because in our renderer 3D, we need to come and enable lighting and shadows. And you can already see some of the building blocks. What we're going to do, we have this 3D text, and it is casting a shadow on this image plane. We just need to take this camera and continue to pull it all the way back until we see more of this subscribe. I might even push it a little bit for a reason I'll touch on for a bit. And I'm going to bring that 3D, I'm going to bring the size on this 3D text down
just a bit. So yeah, we're at like about half there. That looks good. And then on this image plane, I'm coming over to transform and pulling up the scale so that now it fits our entire scene. Now we have a few different things going on. First, the spotlight. We have main controls for this cone angle, the penumbra, which is how much it like expands past that cone, and then drop off, which sort of like constricts the other way. But I want this cone pretty wide, but we'll see this cone does affect the shadow a little bit. And we have more controls under the shadows drop down. We do want shadows. We can see that light is casting these shadows. But you can see we have a number of funky things going on. One, the shadow quality is just not good. And also, when this intersects with this image plane, we have some spots where the shadow drops off. The first thing we're going to do is come down to softness and change this from none to constant. That will smooth out a whole lot. And we still have some of these awkward bright spots. But if we pull up the shadow map size a little bit, now those shadows will start to really hug the edge of this text. This will take a little bit more to render. So if you can kind of find the lowest resolution here, that will still work. That'll probably help you out a whole lot. And also, you can always toggle this back to none. And if you pull up the shadow size here, you'll really see that sort of start to fill in those gaps a little bit. And you might need to find a little happy medium so you're not dealing with much too high a little gap there. This is a little quirk confusion right now. If someone has a better solution for this, let me know. But we want that softness back on constant. That will take a little bit to process, but then that will start looking great. And now we can mess with some of these other settings. And while we work, I might actually pull the shadow map down a little bit so we can move a little faster, and I'll pump that back up before our final render. Now, this scene overall is pretty dark, and I don't want to mess around with the spotlight. That's casting this really nice shadow. But instead, we can add an ambient light. I will add that and pipe that into the same 3D merge. And you'll see that brightens things up a whole lot. This default might be actually pretty good, but we do have this individual intensity slider for this light. So now we can balance the main or ambient intensity of this light with the shadow being cast by this spotlight. And in the spotlight, we also have that same intensity slider. And in shadows, we have this density slider. I can pull that up a little bit, and that will really pump up these shadows a bit as well. And from here, you can really start balancing a lot of these controls. If you pull down the cone angle till it gets pretty extreme, you'll see that does give you slightly harder shadows and affects the angle on these shadows, but you'll see more of the light from above it. If you want a little spookier title, this could look great. And then also you have this multiplicative bias. Pull this down. That will also help with that gap a little bit. So we might even be able to pull that map size back down a little bit. Pull multiplicative bias. Yeah, and that sort of does some other little smoothing stuff, looking pretty good. So we have some good separation on the letters here. Back in Spotlight, like I said, you're balancing lots of things. Also, you have control over the main angle of this light. So even if I pull it up or even back towards the text, it will cast longer shadows. If I pull it closer and pull up the cone angle, you can really make a bunch of different looks. And if it does sort of dim your scene one way or another, you can always make up for that with this ambient light. And if that then starts to dull those shadows, hop back to Spotlight, pull up the density on those. Yeah, you'll get a look you can really like. I am just gonna pull my camera up a little smidge so this is a little more centered. That's great. And now we can look at text animation. The really good thing is that this 3D scene is now set. So as we animate our text in 3D space, all the lightings will just be automatic as we move that text. So I have this 3D text. I'm going to right click in here and go to follower. This is the same follower you have access to when you're just using the standard text plus node. Super powerful. And I'm going to come over, change this delay type over to between the first and last character. I'll pull that up to something, I don't know, 15, maybe 20 around that area. And then over in shading, we do have this one shading element. This does get a little interesting with this 3D text, but we do just want this one layer, and I'm coming down to position. And all I'm going to do is at the beginning of our scene, set a keyframe on offset Z, come forward, I don't know, maybe close to 60 frames, so about 2 seconds in this 30 frames per second timeline. I'm setting another keyframe, and then when I go back to that first keyframe, I'm going to pull that offset 3D. So you see those shadows already shrinking, because if I look here, what I am doing here is actually pushing this text back in 3D space, and we're going to start with this nice and flush against that 3D plane. That'll be great. You know what? I'll even pull up the intensity on this spotlight a little bit. Yeah, so we get a little bit more of this like hot zone here. And then now, if I just scrub through this, you'll see that that text will start to come in, and this first letter will come in first, and then it will ripple through the others. So as this comes in, the text comes forward and casts this long shadow that grows over time. And of course, you can go back and change almost any of this. You can pull up this extrusion depth even more, which will push the text forward, so cast that shadow more. At that point, you would need to go back, depending on how much. If you want a little shadow at the beginning, you can see this text is just poking through a little bit. So now the reveal of that won't be too harsh, but it'll just look, yeah, pretty good. And then as that pushes through, you'll get those really nice long shadows cast into your scene. I'm gonna hop back to the edit page. We have this cache. I will just let it sit, do its thing, and when this is all blue, the scene will be cached and we can replay. Back in Fusion for something else I forgot to mention. In your Renderer 3D, you do have this renderer type. You can choose between software and primarily OpenGL renderer. This will affect the look of some things in your scene as well as rendering speed. For me, OpenGL is faster. It does have a slightly different stylized look. It looks to be a little harsher on these shadows. Software with the settings I currently have is a little softer, but OpenGL still looks good, especially if you want something a little harder. And also, performance is quite a bit better on OpenGL, so that's what I will be previewing. But after that is cached, back on our edit page, we have this really nice soft light source from above, and even these subtle shadows we have to start, I really like when we play through, that grows in 3D space and grows out those shadows. It looks really nice. The one thing we didn't do is back on that 3D text. If we open up our spline editor, we can go to that offset, and instead of just having this be a linear move, we can click F to flatten that, T to pull up these easing controls. I'm pulling up this ease in all the way up to like 70. Yeah. So now when this comes in, it'll just rest into that final shape really nicely. And I might even stretch this out quite a bit more. Go back to that text and even stretch this out a bit more so that we really sell that. And yeah, the other thing to balance this animation will be back in that follower. I will also pull up the timing of that delay. Yeah, all the way up to like, what, almost 25. I'll let this cache. Ba-boom, that cached as well. Really nice shadows that grow. Really looking good, all for free in Resolve in the Fusion page. Here's how to make this Apple-inspired text or logo reveal with particles in DaVinci Resolve for free. I'm gonna start from scratch, open my media pool, and right-click to create a new timeline. Give it a name and uncheck Use Project Settings, because over in Format, we are going to create a timeline for use on social media. So it'll be a 1:1 aspect ratio, or in this instance, 1080 by 1080. Click Create, jump from your media pool to your effects bin, and in Effects, we're dragging a Fusion composition onto your timeline. Stretch that out as long as you want. Then you can just hover over that with your playhead and click this button to open the Fusion page. This is the Fusion workspace. You have an area for nodes, and right now all we have here is one media out node. Whatever we create on the Fusion page will get piped into that, and then we'll send it back to the edit page. And we're gonna start by clicking this button to create a text plus node. In this, I am just going to type our sample text. You can do any text or even bring in a logo and use this method. Just be aware if you use a longer string of text, you might run into some issues with perspective. But I'm just gonna type in hi. We can preview that, great. Scale it up a whole lot, cool. I'm also gonna click this button to add a background node. And in that background node, I'm gonna pull down the alpha along with this red, green, and blue controls. So this is actually a thoroughly transparent layer, and we're gonna start our node tree with this. It's just a good quality of life, keeps things organized, keeps things clean, and you're less likely to run issues if you do it this way. So we have our text, and then what we are going to do, I'm gonna press Shift Space, that will pull up this Select Tool search bar, and I'm gonna type in erode or dilate, that will create this node. We're gonna pipe our text into that. If I preview the erode and dilate, and then the inspector pull that up, you see it starts to just like, we are dilating the edges, so it is growing out from there. Then I am creating a blur node. I'll preview that. I can blur the edges just a little bit. It gets a little fuzzy. And then watch this. I'm gonna connect the blur to the background node. That will create a merge. And then I'm going to take our main text node here and pipe it into the mask input of that merge. Now, that will by default just mask it to where the text was originally, but in this merge, if I hop over to settings, I can click Apply Mask Inverted. And now all we have is that little outline. That's what we want. We will revisit this layout and actually duplicate it and do some fun things later. But for now, I am actually going to create a P emitter node. And like some other nodes in Fusion, the particle system is its own system. So coming out of that, I need a P render node, and that will allow us to see something of what we're working on here. And because we will be working in 3D coming out of this, I'm just going to create a merge 3D node. And if I preview that, we'll just have this 3D workspace. And hey, we have a little ball of particles spawning here. That's cool. And we can control this over here in our particle. And we can do things in an interesting order here. The first thing I'm actually going to do is come over to style and change this from point to blob. Now, blobs are naturally much larger, so I can come into size controls here, scale this down, and then, yeah, that'll be a much better starting point. Yeah, cool. I'll scale those down quite a bit, actually. And then over in controls, I'm going to come to the actual first frame of my composition, click number, come forward 1 frame, click that again, and then just go down to 0. So now it will only spawn these particles at frame 0, and then they will just hold. And then eventually when this lifespan gets up at 100, they will all die. But I can come here, crank up this number to a whole lot. We're going to go pretty wild off the bat, something like 1200. Yeah, that can be an okay place to start. Now, this lifespan, we're going to use a little fun expression work. I'm going to right click on that, go to expression. And in here, I'm going to type in comp lowercase, but then render end, caps on both of those, plus 1. And then now that lifespan, we'll look at the total length of my composition. And I am just adding 1 because it does start on frame 0, so it can get a little funky sometimes. But now if we preview this merge, these little ball of particles here will stay up our entire composition. Great. This is where we start getting fun. In this P emitter, I'm going to come over to region. And that is looking at, okay, we are spawning these particles. How do you want them to spawn? Right now, this is a sphere. So hey, we have a sphere. But I can change this to bitmap. And if I do that, it'll disappear. Oh no. But if we look at our P emitter node, it has added an input. So now I can take this merge I have over here and pipe that right into my P emitter node. And now we have this outline text made of particles. Now they are perfectly two-dimensional. And we are going to address that soon, but this is a great place to start. The other thing to know that in P emitter, in that region setting, you do have this channel. We want it to pull from alpha, yes, but then you also have this selection down here. If I pull down low, now we'll get more of like the blurry areas or where that opacity is fading back. But depending on how tight you want this, I want this first layer pretty tight. But now we can keep getting fun. Because after this P emitter, I'm going to create a P custom tool. P custom tool, wildly powerful. And we're just going to use a small fraction of that. And what we're going to use is over here on the particles tab. We have a bunch of variables here, and you can change these up, and it will affect all the particles in your scene. But what we want is to come to position Z. And I am going to type in here, rands with an S, parentheses, -0.1, comma, 0.1, comma, ID, close parentheses. And when I do that, you see, hey, things are all spread out now. But actually, if we zoom back a little bit and rotate our camera just right, hey, that is the effect we want. Now, we are instantly dealing with perspective. You see, hey, this doesn't look like an eye, but that is because it is not center. And if I move eye perfectly centered, now the H is a little off, but we will get into some camera controls to help with that later. But for now, if you zoom back far enough, yeah, you can see we have that same eye, but now all those particles have depth. That is what we want. That is all we are going to use this P custom node for, but we can hop back to this P emitter and look at some cool customization. I'm gonna hop over to style, and we selected blob, and we looked at size controls, but now we're gonna look at color controls, and maybe a little size as well. The first being that size variance. This is gonna be its starting size, but then you add a little size variance, and then now, hey, some larger, some smaller. That's pretty cool. And in color controls, we also have color variance. So if we want a whole lot of blue, that's a spacey thing. Little green, little red, maybe a lot of green, but a lot of blue. We check that out, and yeah, now we have some blue tints in there, but they're not all uniform. But this is already looking great. And now we can look back at this original rig we have over here. I'm just gonna make some room because we are gonna do some cool stuff. the first thing I'm going to do is actually copy and paste this erode through the merge, paste that. I'm going to drag it up above this main node tree, and then I'm going to paste just another version of that. And I'm going to pipe this text into the exact same places and pipe in this empty background node into both of those merges, and then the text as the mask and the text as the input on the erode. And then now we can start to cycle between these. And this first one will be this the area closest to the text. We're actually going to beef up these particles so we have that really well-defined look. And then this next one, what we can actually do is pull up this erode dilate quite a bit. Probably, yeah, just until you just barely start to see that. I might not mess with the blur too much. And then we can create another P emitter. And to copy over those settings, I'm actually going to copy that current one, paste it, pull in that merge. We'll preview that 3D for fun. And then we're going to do that one more time for this final merge. And then we have to connect all of these P emitters together. And we're going to do that with just a P merge. So I can connect those. And then I want another P merge here. Oh, not a normal merge, a P merge. Connect that. Now we have all 3 of those layers. And you can already see, hey, stuff is changing. But hey, we actually didn't customize that last one. We want this erode dilate way out here. Yeah, just a big old block of what will be stars. We can maybe blur that a little bit, although that will get clamped by the P emitter node. But if we go back and preview that, yeah, now we have a little bit more of a field. Again, we will mess with the look of this a little bit. But for now, we're going to play some more in this 3D workspace. You can see I can pivot around this. And from the side, yeah, looks like a bunch of particles. But then you circle around and boom, you've got that cut out. It looks great. And you can even tell that the density is higher right near the text. It gets thinner the further you go out. And of course, you can try to balance these. You can pull up the erode dilate on this middle element, which will push them a little further out, so it might blend just a little bit better. And you can always come into these different P emitter nodes, change especially the color after the fact. If I want like this middle version to have more of a touch of purple to it, we can do that, and it can look great. Or even size, if I want this size variance to be quite a bit bigger on these outside ones. Yeah, not nearly that much though. Yeah, something like that. Great. Let's talk about our 3D scene. We are rendering our particle scene as 3D, which you can see I have this output mode selected as 3D here. You could always render right out of a P-render node in 2D if you're using that somewhere else in your scene. But I am taking that right into this merge 3D, which we were using just to preview. But now I'm going to do something pretty interesting, and that is create another merge 3D. And in this merge 3D, I'm going to click this button to add a 3D camera. And coming out of that, I can finally create a renderer 3D. And that's as far as we're going to go. We'll add some little flare after this in a bit. But importantly, you will note that that renderer 3D is in this 1:1 aspect ratio. I can preview those particles. I can preview the second merge, which you can see that is why our camera is right in the middle, which is why we couldn't see those particles. But if I pull this camera back, I'll also hop in and change the focal length to something a little more, a little sharper, something maybe 50. I might bump that up later. But if I preview this merge here and pull our renderer 3D, then you can start to see as I pull this camera back, you're finally seeing that main effect. Now, why did I create 2 merge 3Ds? Well, that main motion of these particles as it rotates around. You can rotate an entire 3D scene using a merge 3D. But if I do that, if I come to the transform options on this merge 3D that has that camera, if I change this Y rotation, you'll see in this viewer, the particles are rotating, but the camera is also rotating. That is not affecting our output at all. But if we come into this first merge 3D, the only thing coming into that is our particles. If I rotate that, it is just the particles that are rotating. That looks great. But one issue right off the bat, if I go to 90 degrees, you'll see that this is a little thin for this effect. We want this to feel more like a field, the Starfield, and not so slicey. But we can go right back into our P custom node and change this from negative 0.1 to 1 to negative 0.2 to 0.2. Now, I didn't explain this, but you might have seen what this actually did. So this is saying rands. This just means random. So it is saying, hey, randomly distribute all these particles between this Z value and this Z value. And the comma ID just means on a per particle basis. If you do this some other ways, then these particles will actually move to a new random position every frame. We don't want that. But this keeps their motion still and just randomly distributes them in this way. And you can see this fills out the frame much more nicely. So now we can actually work on a bit of our animation. I'm coming to frame 0, and on the Merge 3D, I am setting a keyframe at exactly 90. Then I can come forward a little bit, and I'm going to bring this all the way down to about 2. And you can see here, you can make out that text. And at any time, you can always bounce back. I'm coming to this first P emitter node, and I am going to crank this starting number all the way up. I'll double for now, 2400. So now when we do rotate around, that high is a little more clearly defined. But back on that P merge, I'm going to come forward quite a bit. And here, shift this just a hair from 2 to about -2. And you can even see as I get there, yeah, maybe like -4 without, not that much. We still want it somewhat legible when we get to that end. And then I'm just gonna, from that point, come forward about the same amount we had at the beginning and take this all the way to -90. Great. So we'll adjust this animation curve in a bit, but you can see it starts from the side, rotates around, and yeah, you have this nice slow movement as it goes in, and then boom, whips around. And we can refine this moment in our spline viewer. Love the spline viewer. I will check that parameter we have a keyframe on, click this button to zoom to fit, and hey, this is our move. I'm gonna start by selecting all of those and click F to flatten, and we're gonna do some very interesting things. The first, on these middle 2, I'm gonna select those, zoom in a little bit, and actually, though it did perfectly flatten those, but I do want some motion. So I'm gonna pull those and just tweak those just a hair so that they are not perfectly flat, but it retains a little bit of that motion. And then on this first keyframe, or the first one of this long hold, I'm gonna select that, click T to pull up these easing controls. And I'm gonna pull up this ease in to something pretty extreme, probably like 80. Yeah, and I'm gonna do the same thing on the ease out for this one. That will give us a nice ease in, and then a long time to pick up as well. And then we're gonna look at these 2, because this is where the whip is gonna happen. So I did flatten this, but actually I'm gonna take this handle and pull it down, almost straight down, but just try to match this curve of the line now. We don't want any easing on this, because what we can then do is select all of these and come down here to this one, set loop. I will select that, and check this out. It will start at 90 degrees. It will whip around. You'll see that high. It'll slowly move around. And then when it starts to pick up speed and whip around, when it is exactly at 90 degrees, it will be teleported back to, or rather when it is at exactly -90 degrees, it will be teleported instantly back to 90 degrees and perform that same move over again. Now you have an awesome looping animation. You could even stack these in a different way and alternate what this text says. You've got tons of options. And I think the only thing I'm going to do coming out of here is just go to that renderer node, pull over my media node, and I'm just going to add in a nice soft glow, and then actually for our own benefit, comp that over a black background and pipe that right back into our media out, which we can preview. And then now that glow is looking great, and it swings around. You see your text, you have this nice subtle movement, and then it picks up, ramps back around to reveal itself. And you can hop back to the edit page, let it cache. You see it is playing real nice. Particles can get intense, but all things considered, we are not using that many particles in the scene. There is one more cool thing I want to show you. I'll hop back into Fusion, and it isn't too extreme now, but sometimes, especially on this outer edge, you can get pretty hard lines. If I look at this, it is pretty boxy around this outside edge. But what I can do is coming into this erode and dilate, I can click this button to create a fast noise node and make that mask that erode and dilate. So now you see, instead of that solid white layer, we have a bit of gradient here, and that will be influencing that P emitter region control here. So I will preview a few different things at once. I'll preview that road dilate on my first viewer, and actually my media out on the second viewer. And you can see, wow, it's already changed things quite a bit because this corner over here is darker. It's effectively cut out a lot of the particles going to that area. But if I pull up the scale and contrast just a little bit, let it do its thing, you see, oh, okay, now it is only spawning these particles in the brighter areas of this scene. So this is something you can go and balance. If you want a little bit more of a random look, you can make that happen. But when you've got something you like, hop right back to the edit page, let it cache, let it do its thing, and you have this really cool, unique look. That looks, pretty close to something we saw in the run-up to the recent Apple event. Looking really cool, all for free in Resolve.
MKBHD in the studio just updated their video intro for 2023.
Ooh. And after seeing that, I decided to remake that intro completely in DaVinci Resolve. Boing. Ooh. So this video will be a little different. I am not going to recreate this again from scratch. There is a lot of fine detail, a lot of pretty in the weeds or more just like time consuming steps. But instead, what I'm going to do is leverage the power of the Fusion page and really how nodes work in the Fusion page to walk you through a lot of the big highlights of stuff going on behind the scenes. And if you don't know how that works, I am here in DaVinci Resolve. On the edit page, I have these sound effects that, hey, I am just going to mute. I have this Fusion composition. I'm going to click this button to load that into the Fusion page. And now we have our node tree. This is our whole scene. I know this can be overwhelming. I'm pretty sure I'm going to walk through just about all of this. So let's get started. Especially when you are breaking down an existing effect, the super important thing to know is how to trace back to sort of the root source or the root background. So all over the place, I have these merge nodes, and we are going to look at the yellow input for those merge nodes and sort of trace that back until we find the first merge in this chain and the first thing going into the background of that merge. I'm going to look at this background, press 2 to pull that up on our viewer, and we see, wow, it's just a transparent shape. And yes, I start a lot of my compositions just with a transparent background. This has a number of benefits. This will set your aspect ratio and resolution for the rest of your effect, and this helps you avoid any issues, especially if you are dealing with live action footage or animations or anything else. If this was a video clip that ended at a certain time, because it's going into the first background node of my entire scene, then my whole clip would just shut off when that video ended. But we can move forward, 1 or 2 merge nodes here and start to look at what we are building. And with that selected, the only thing in our frame is this little cube that comes up, rotates around, boom, and then just stays there for the rest of our scene. Although, because of later things in our chain, we will cover this, but we'll get to that when we get to it. Cool, we're already doing some really cool stuff. This, of course, is just this 3D cube that is in the original video as well. So we have it popping up, rotating around, and then coming to a stop at a very specific angle. And the texturing or color on this cube is very interesting. On opposing sides, you can see as this rotates around, we have 2 black sides, 2 white sides, and then you only see 1 side, but theoretically 2 sides with this texture. But even that isn't super simple. Look at this texture. The texture is disconnected from the cube. As a cube moves, the texture doesn't move. And on top of that, this texture is only updating, every other or every like 2-3 frames. How did I do that? I will tell you. We did this doing real 3D. If we look at this batch of nodes up here, we start with just a shape, and it is just a 3D cube. And this is our cube. Now, order of operations is very important here. This 3D cube has transform controls. I am not using these transform controls to move what we see as the cube in our scene. This is completely static, and that is going into a merge 3D node. And then also in that merge 3D node are all of these projectors. I'm not even previewing them yet, but if I mouse over them, you'll see their overlay, and it gets wild pretty quick. But I'm going to preview this next, merge 3D, and wow, all of a sudden, this cube has those white sides, the black sides, and instead of a texture, it has this solid green side. Now, maybe there's someone, I'm sure there is, but maybe there's someone out there much smarter than me, especially in the 3D parts of Fusion. I rarely do, proper 3D in Fusion, but I wanted, different faces of this cube to be textured or colored differently. So to do that here, I used projectors.
So let me find this green. Cool. So here I have in space this little projector, and it's sort of like a camera. A camera will look in a certain direction. A projector will, project a texture in a certain direction onto your 3D geometry. So on each side of this cube, I have a projector projecting the color I want to appear only on that side of the cube, and then put it all together, and you're sort of just left with a cube that is textured on specific sides. If this was a circle, things would get very weird, or a sphere, I guess it's called. So all these nodes here are just texturing our cube. That's not so scary anymore, is it? Now this Merge 3D also has transform controls, but again, we're not messing with these here. We have a transform 3D next, and if I preview that, hey, this cube just pops up, rotates around, rests. And if we move to one more merge, then we start to see, okay, here's that cube, and we even see our final camera we are using here. So now the cube just pops up, rests. Hello, Editor Patrick here to talk about what is actually going on here because I did not explicitly spell it out. This Transform 3D is not rotating the cube itself, but instead the entire 3D scene that is being piped into it. So even though the cube is static and the projectors are static, after that, that is being sort of combined into one scene on that Merge 3D, and then the entire scene is being rotated. That's why all of this lighting or texturing stays in place. Now, the motion of this cube was something that took me a little bit because I am not a great, traditional animator, but here are our little easing curves for all those positions of the cube. I had to go back to some early training I had done on this sort of motion. Maybe this is something I'll circle back to in a future video, just, animation fundamentals, but the cube is being tossed up and coming back down, but even though it is resting very, very momentarily at the top of that arch, that is not affecting the speed of the x-axis movement or the rotation. So I have the keyframe sort of in the middle for the y movement, but all the others, while they are eased, are continuous throughout this move. So I have that final merge connecting a 3D camera. That 3D camera we are also using for some other stuff that we'll get to soon. But it's a lot like this. And then, hey, we have that coming just into a 3D render to get us back to a nice 2D image. Boom. Now remember that really cool texture we had? Right now that side is just green, but hey, it's green, we can just key it out. I believe I was working on this during a live stream, and I believe it was Matt McCool who hopped into chat and had this really, really great idea. I want a texture to only show up on this side of the cube, but I don't want the texture to be, tied to that space in 3D. So I just created a little fast noise node with this texture doing its thing, changing every so often. That is piping into a stop motion node, so it's only updating every 4 frames. So I'm piping that renderer 3D into 2 different delta keyers. The first is only transparent where you want to see that texture, and the next is just getting rid of that green. So we can see I have that texture, I have it stop motion-y, and then we have this first, merge node of our scene. The green foreground element is that stop motion, but that merge is being masked by this first delta keyer. So it is only going to be coming through where this mask is transparent, just like that. Now, even as that moves, that is only the one face of the cube, but remember, I have that second delta keyer that just removes the green, and then I'm just slapping that back on over it, and now we have our whole cube back. I know that's a pretty wild place to start, but hey, we're walking through it bit by bit. Luckily, the next thing we have shares a lot of similarities, and that is just this little cylinder over here. The cylinder pops up, rotates around, rests. And the process for that is almost identical. I have this cylinder in full 3D space that is going into a merge. I have a lot of projectors here. This one was a little messier because I am shining white on the edges, but I have, 4 different projectors to, make sure I have coverage of this cylinder all around the edges with this really bright and vibrant green. I am animating that. That's going into the merge with our same camera. This one camera, I'm taking the output of that and piping it into both of these merges for the 3D system. So even though they're completely separate, you can use the same camera for both of them. That again is being rendered. That again is being keyed out. We have a different texture also just made with fast noise, going stop motion, key that. So now it's just the texture, and then out of that next delta keyer, just like the first, we are bringing that end cap in. And now if we preview that merge, we have both elements in frame. Block, cylinder, boom. Hey, you know what I said about the root background node? what I said was right, but I also found the wrong one in my scene. We are connecting these elements. That is just going into a blank merge node. I don't know why I did that, but that's going into this next merge node as a foreground element. So now, let me see what I did. Yeah, so if we look at the background input of that merge, you can see we're already adding a lot more onto this scene. But if we go back, we have a merge adding some text, a merge adding all of these elements over here that, again, I will go over, and then a final background here. This background is not transparent. We have a nice gradient we have selected here with just, a few shades of gray between the two. And from here, we can sort of look at the elements we are adding before this merge that brings in our full 3D textured elements. The first one is this merge that adds these really bright and vibrant shapes. We can look at the mini node tree that brings us that. And you can see this also goes back to the real 3D system. We have a box that is set to a wireframe in our 3D controls, and we have a pyramid. That's cool. We have transform nodes for each of those movements in scene. You see just tossing up, rotating around. We have renderers for those. Now look at this. We have render 3D nodes. I'm not sure how this is even going to come through in the video, but it's so hard to see these because we are just rendering out the wireframe. And inside the 3D system, these wireframes have no width. No matter what wire settings you change, they are just like a pixel. But a nifty trick, if you ever want to export wireframes, after your renderer 3D, you can just add a glow node, pull the glow size down a lot and the glow up, and then boom, you got nice chunky wireframes. I'm piping each of those into a bitmap so we get proper mask data for that. And then I can start actually combining the bitmaps. So now we have mask data of that cube that does move and the triangle. Now we also had this little circle here as well. This doesn't need to be full 3D. It is just a circle moving through our scene. So now we're doing some really cool stuff. We have full 3D that we've made 2D. We've buffed up the wireframes. We've turned that into mask data. And we are just piping these into the mask inputs for one another. So we have those two bitmaps being added on just to a normal ellipse mask for this last one onto one master background that is that color. Boom. So all these elements are just masks on one solid. That's being piped right over that cool gray gradient. And then over that, we have just some simple text to let you know I am not MKBHD. This is basic text. The only thing going on is that I have pulled up the tracking a little bit just to make it look a little cool. And then finally, we have that merge bringing back in those 3D elements. Boing. Okay, that is part one. And if we look at this merge node, and that plays through, those elements come up, come to a stop, and then they just hold there for the rest of our composition. But obviously, we move on from that in the composition, so what's happening? Like I talked about earlier, whenever we add elements, the background in all our merges is still important. So there's no reason really to like cut this off or go in and change our global out settings when we can just, put something else completely over it. And you'll see that when this comes down, the main cube sort of hits right here. And if we go one node further to this dissolve node, you see, wow, when that hits, we just cut away functionally to our next scene. And that cut is happening on this next node, a dissolve node, where a merge node takes a background and puts a foreground over that. And you can, use the operator and apply mode and all of that. The dissolve node does have an operator, mostly like different types of dissolves. And it has this slider saying, hey, do you want to show the background or the foreground? So we have everything coming into the background. So that is at 0. And then at a certain frame, we just boom, cut to everything coming into the foreground. You can see this is set to foreground with a value of 1. So what's coming into the foreground? Well, our entire next scene. Now there is a number of pretty wild things happening in this scene. You can see one, it cuts away. That box is replaced by just an outline of that box. And then the different lines of that box move around into the MKBHD logo. Before, spoiler alert, as you saw earlier, that cuts away as well. Oh, on further nodes. So this, once it moves, it also just stays in that exact location for the rest of our scene. Now, what is happening? There's one thing that took me a while to figure out that, I'm just going to tell you. If we go back, follow our merge nodes back, we end up with this background node that again is transparent. This is just an area we're building on. And if we move one node forward, we have a merge, and we can see, hey, onto that, we have this grid. Now, if we go back and look at just the grid coming into the foreground, we're no longer dealing with a typical 16:9 aspect ratio. Here, we have a perfect square, and that was to solve one specific problem. You can see before that, I have this black solid. We add the grid over that, and on that grid, the only thing I am doing is setting this rotate to a value of 45 degrees. So it is not, straight boxes. They are all at that 45-degree angle. And that is actually why it was important that this was a square. When I had this first background be just a normal 1080 by 1920, when I added the grid and then rotated it, all the squares were slightly off square. It set the aspect ratio of the individual squares based on the aspect ratio of the solid that the effect was applied on. I wanted all these to be perfectly uniform, so I had to make this a square, add the grid, and at that point, I had things the way I wanted, so I could merge that back over this transparent to sort of crop that back into our normal 1920 by 1080. Coming out of that, I have a transform that I have unchecked the size and aspect on. So now we have this entire thing stretched horizontally to give us this unique grid look. Sort of an isometric view, except, all of the squares are perfectly uniform. The ones down here aren't actually closer to our virtual camera. And then I have an erode dilate to sort of thin those out just a little bit. Now, here is the wild thing. If we look, that's going into a background, that's going into a merge with this box. And in the foreground, we have just the box, and we have a whole bunch of polygon masks. And these masks, if I look at all of them, you can see if I look at these, you can see sort of where they go. So this was a whole lot of the manual work that I won't walk through step by step now. But you can see in this main animation, it starts as a box, all these lines shift around to make the MKBHD logo. So, this is not something I figured out. This I straight up, almost frame by frame, copied from the actual intro. I'm sure I did some of the in the weeds things slightly different than they did, but you can see it looks like some lines move, shift around, shrink, and then grow out of places. So I just went and thought, okay, if this line needs to come here, where's it coming from? Where's it going to? And a lot of the individual movement, look at this first polygon node. It starts here and then just slides down that path. That is accomplished on this position and length sliders. So even though this is the entire path of the polygon, I've pulled down the length so that it is only visible on part of that path at a time, and then positioned it along that path with this position variable. And this is a little harder to view because of how it treats masks. It sort of adds them on top of each other. But you can see if I just click on any of them, you see all these different paths. And as I start previewing through all of them, they get added on top of each other until they get added onto the background node. And we actually go from a box to logo for, just barely 20 frames. It was a lot of work, but totally sells it. That gets merged over. And of course, this is a big part of it. I had those shapes, but a lot of these lines perfectly move along this grid as well. I tried doing this with an improper version of this grid at first. That was another headache, but with this snifty grid fix we did way over here, all these lines perfectly line up, feel really great. Come to logo, and boom, that gets us back to our dissolve node. Oh, the only thing happening here is that I have an extra transform with a little bit of just sliding it down a little bit. Importantly, to match this block coming down. So the block is moving down, and then that correlates to the entire next scene also moving down. So come down, it sort of carries over the motion, even though what is there visually has completely changed. The final element here, much quicker. We have another dissolve node where you can see the keyframes for that. So even if we preview that, it's the previous frame, then it gets to this, boom, cuts to the logo, slides back, fades out. Let's check out the entire thing again. I almost just redid my own sound effects, even though I made main sound effects here. Boing. Ooh, if that took a long time to explain,
you can imagine it took a long time to make. Now I have to say, the studio did a great video walking through their process, but again, they walked through the entire process. It's much easier to look at something and recreate it bit for bit instead of going through the real hard actual design work of, ideating, coming up with ideas, figuring out what works together, figuring out, textures and colors. So of course, unbelievable, massive props to that whole team who actually did this work. I just sort of ripped it off. But I do think this is a pretty great testament to what can be done in DaVinci Resolve. And here's something wild. When we get the full release of Fusion on the iPad with DaVinci Resolve for the iPad, nothing I'm doing in this scene is that far out there. Something like this could be made completely on an iPad. Maybe I'll circle back when that actually does happen. Hopefully, if you're in Fusion yourself, there was some, small things going on here and there was some value walking through that. If all of this was overwhelming and above your head, that's cool too. This can also just be a cool demonstration of stuff that you can do in the Fusion page, because not a lot of people are doing this sort of work in the Fusion page of Resolve. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. Hi, let's talk about how to evenly separate elements in the Fusion page of DaVinci Resolve and even keep it dynamic. Check this out. I have a little slider, and these numbers stay perfectly spaced out. And our bonus is you can also change what direction they're spread out in. Whoa. We're also going to talk a little bit about the multi-merge, which I haven't done a lot on the channel, but it's pretty cool. Let's get started. We are starting from scratch, so I'm getting rid of everything except for my little media out node. I'm going to create a blank background node, pulling that down so it's transparent to sort of serve as the canvas for what we're going to create. And then out of that, I am going to add a multi-merge. Like I said, I haven't done this a lot. I've made lots of stuff in Fusion using normal merge nodes. I'm trying to use the multi-merge more because it's pretty cool. So I'm going to use it here. Great. And then I'm going to create a text node. This will just be text 1. And I could, type in 1 in here. And then to create our other text elements or layers, I'm going to copy this text plus node. And then instead of just pasting that, I'm going to control shift space to paste an instance of that node. So if I preview this text 1 on this viewer, preview text 2 on the second viewer, they will both just be 1. But if I go to that instance node, right click here and de-instance, then I can change that to something like 2, but all the other controls like size and font, that sort of stuff, will stay linked, which is pretty helpful for some of the stuff we're gonna be doing. So from that text 1, I will paste 2 more instance nodes. And actually, after this point, let's go ahead and rename those from text 1 to 2, text 3, and text 4. The names originally had instance in them, but you can see these are all still connected. And on 3 and 4, I can de-instance those as well and accurately name those 3 and 4, or put that in the text field. And I'm going to connect all of those back to that same multi-merge. And if I preview that multi-merge, we will have 4 numbers completely stacked on top of each other. I'm also going to connect this out to my final media out just to keep things nice and clean. Here is where we get into some of the fun. Of course, like all things in Fusion, there's going to be multiple different ways to do this. I'm going to show off my favorite. So in multi-merge, you can see we can click on any of these layers and we have separate transform controls down here. So on text 1, I'm going to right click on center and go to modify with vector result. Now this is a really cool modifier by itself. It gives us access to these controls. You just change this origin, and it is origin because from this point, you can push it a certain distance. And that distance is determined by this angle. You can change the angle after the fact. Really cool for creating like orbiting motion and that sort of stuff. But I'm going to reset all of this. And I'm going to do a few things. First, I'm going to right click and publish both that origin and that angle. We're going to need those later. And since all the motion will tie back to this first text one, this one is completely good to go. I can move on to, or go back to tools rather, click on text 2 and do the same thing. Modify that center with vector result. If I hop over to modifier, it will take you to that newly created vector. But because these are all living on the same multi-merge node, you'll also see the modifiers from that first text plus layer. This is, I think I can say a unique benefit to doing this on multi-merge. Otherwise, you would sort of have to either pin modifiers if you wanted them right next to each other or select multiple merge nodes. But this is slick. So I'm going to use the publishing system to right click on origin, go to connect to that text 1 layer, connect to the origin. I can go back and on that angle, connect to the angle, and back on this distance. I'm just going to pull this up a little bit, and you can see that 2 starts to slide a little bit. Next, we move on to text 3. Go through that same process. Center, modify with vector result. I'm going to pin this just so we don't lose it. Right click on origin, text 1 origin, right click on angle, connect to text 1 angle. Ooh, and now this is the other thing I forgot. Back on text 2, that number we sort of slid up a little bit. I'm going to right click and publish that as well. I tried doing this with basic expressions and ran into some issues. I think how it's sort of storing these modifiers gets a little interesting. So we're going to do this with one more step. Then I was going to try to keep it as simple, but we'll also be able to show off more stuff. Cool. So on text 2, we have this distance published, which is living down here somewhere. Yeah, down here. So those numbers are tied together. So on this text 3, I'm going to right click on that distance and go to modify with calculation. That will give us this first operand, an operator, and second operand. We're going to connect that first operator to that layer 2 distance. And then we are going to multiply that just by 2. And if I click off, you'll see that 3 jumps past the 2 and jumps an equal distance past the 2. It jumps 2 times the distance, but 2 times the distance from the original starting point. So if I, wrap this up, go back to text 4, on center, right click, modify with vector result. And that's living here now. So we connect the origin, we connect the angle, and on distance, we modify with calculation, which we know we will, in this instance, multiply with 3 this time, and then finally connect that to text 2 distance. The 4 jumps right past it, and now if I just focus on the controls I need, so I can pin that distance slider, I can pin the center, and I will pin the angle as well. So now we are just in the modifiers panel, but if you want to just send this to the edit page, you could always pin this in the macro, which is, of course, that's a separate system. If you're just working in Fusion, this could be helpful if you're hopping around. So now we have these 3 different controls here, which you can even completely check off. And so you have this slider for how far you want them to spread. You have this point control, which is where that original number is. And you can go back and change that and everything stays locked. Then you can change that distance, and you have this angle. If I start pulling that down, rather, it will start swinging that down towards it. If I hop all the way to -90, then that will be perfectly vertical as well. Super flexible little rig. We're using lots of modifiers, not expressions, so performance is pretty solid. I can always change that back to 0. And of course, we can go back to these text layers and change them to anything else. They don't have to be numbers. Anything you would like to be perfectly spaced. It doesn't have to be text. You could have little images all piped into a multi-merge and perfectly spread them out in a row. Maybe you want to actually animate this slider so things spread out over time. Tons of flexibility using some cool modifiers, and we love modifiers here. Someone recently asked me about this workflow, so I thought it'd be super useful to toss it in a quick video. I haven't done too many of these really just short and sweet sort of tutorials recently. I love this sort of stuff, so I hope you do too. If this is the kind of stuff you would like more of, you gotta let me know so I know what people want. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. Whoa. In this video, I'm gonna show you how to make this in the Fusion page of DaVinci Resolve. What is it? I don't know. Does it do anything useful? No. Does it look cool? I kind of think so. But most importantly, it is an amazing example of some really cool modifiers in the Fusion page. And if you don't know what a modifier is, great. I'm going to talk about that and show you how to make this. Cool. I'm getting rid of everything. And in Fusion, the first thing I'm doing is creating a background node. I'm making this a green background node. And on that, I'm going to click this button to add an ellipse mask. I'm going to make this much smaller, something like 0.02 to 0.02 to just make this little green ball. Then I'm just going to copy and paste that again. So we have ellipse 1,
and I will rename this to ellipse 2. Right now they are overlapped, but if I move any one of them, you see, yep, we got 2 of them, 2 masks on one background node. Now getting back to some Fusion basics, we have all the controls for any node you press in the inspector here. And there are a number of ways to interact with these controls. Of course, you can just drag them around here or in the viewer itself to change any of these parameters. But a core functionality, of course, is setting a keyframe. So you set a keyframe, come forward, and then it moves over the course of that keyframe. Probably the next step up from that is right-clicking and adding an expression. There's a whole bunch of stuff you can do with expressions. I've touched on some of that before. But then some other options are right-clicking and publishing, which is helpful. Oh, we're actually going to do that. I'm going to go to ellipse 1 and right-click on center and go to publish. And you'll see that opens up this modifiers tab up here, which now we just have that parameter sort of just pulled to the second page. But this lets us do some really cool stuff you'll see soon. But if I go back to this ellipse 2, the next thing we have is actual full modifiers. If I right-click on the center and go to modify with, we have a whole bunch of options here. The first one we're going to look at is the perturb modifier. If I click this, it will add onto that center parameter over in modifiers this perturb. And if I just play, now that green ball is just flying all over the place. And everything about this random motion is dictated by the new controls we have here in the modifiers tab. I don't want it nearly this intense, so I'm going to pull down the strength just a little bit. Alternatively, we could keep that at 1 and pull down either the X and Y scale. If we only wanted it on Y, we could pull down X all the way, or we could pull both of these down. But if I reset both of those to 1, we can just pull in the strength, so it won't go nearly as far. I'm also going to pull up the speed a little bit. So now it won't go as far out, but it will fly around a little bit faster. Maybe I'll pull that back up to maybe 7. Yeah, we want some distance for what we're about to do. So hey, random motion with the modifier. That's pretty cool, but really this next step is where stuff starts to come together. I'm going to create a new background node. I'm going to make this one red. I will preview that here. And I'm going to search for, by the way, if you don't know, I'm pulling up this search window by pressing shift space. If I start searching for triangle, I'll get this triangle mask tool, and I'm very quickly going to bring these back up and make this little arrow. I am actually going to perfectly dial this in with this coordinate system. I'm going to set the X for both 0.1 and 0.3 at 0.5, and the Y for 0.2 at 0.5. Is that right? Oh, yes. And then the Y for this one at 0.45, the Y for this one at 0.55, 0.5 is the center. So now we have this perfectly centered little arrow. And if we just change this X, that will dictate how pointy it is. Now, I'm going to connect the output of this background 2 to the output of background 1. That will merge them together. So now we got the 2 green balls and this red arrow on this merge. First thing, I'm just going to scale down this arrow a little bit. Cool. And then things start getting cool. Like you saw in the example, I want this arrow to always be between these 2 dots and always pointing at this second dot from the first. And we're actually going to use one tool in 2 pretty different ways. So on the center for this merge, you could always just add in a transform node here, but we have transform nodes, transform controls rather, right on the merge. So we're going to do this here. On the center, I'm going to right click and go to modify with offset position. That will add to modifiers, and now we have position and offset. If I right click on position, I can connect to, and I can go to perturb 1, where we published that center even though we didn't do anything to it. So I'll connect that to the center of ellipse 1 and go back to that offset and connect the offset to the perturb value. The value coming from that is after all the processing. So that is the center of the second green ball flying around. And so now it's off kind of here in the middle of nowhere, but that's because this mode is set to offset. So it's taking one and it's like pushing it in a certain direction. What we want to do is change this to average. And now that center is perfectly between this position and its offset. And as it flies around, it is always halfway. So it even like pushes further when that dot pushes further away. That's very cool, but you'll see this arrow is still always pointing to the right. But if we go back to tools, on this angle, I'm going to right click, modify with offset angle. So it's the same offset tool, but now it knows it's working like with the angle value. And this one will work with less work, but we still have to connect it. So that position we are connecting to ellipse center, and that offset we are connecting to perturb value, and boom. It knows this coordinate, it knows this coordinate, and it's saying, okay, from this coordinate, always look at this other one. And from here, we can come back to that triangle. We can make it more pointy or less pointy, even make it more pointy, and then come back to this merge and scale it down even more. We could change the colors, do all sorts of stuff. You want to see something wild? Let's go back to this ellipse one on modifiers and actually add a perturb to this first center. I'm gonna turn this way down just so it's like barely wobbling around, but all the other math stays correct. The arrow is always connected to both of those points at once. So even though this one is moving a little bit, even if it were to start moving all over the place, the arrow would always be around it. So now it looks like this is almost like, sort of like dog fighting. They're like rotating around each other. This might actually be a little cooler. The only other thing I did was add just a black background and connect that up. So it was a little easier to see. But boom, tons of potential for this offset modifier, and like you can use it in so many different ways. You saw just on the center, you have all these different modes that just, hey, take two values, it's generating math in different ways. Another way I used these modifiers recently is on this wild just test I was recreating. Check this out. I've got 3 little circles, but as I move them around, it's actually using that offset modifier to look at the distance between the points and change the size of some of these circles based on that distance, and do some like really cool stuff along the way. So this is using that same modifier, but in new and exciting ways. And if I added animation to this afterwards, you'd end up with pretty wild look. So like that's just how Fusion goes. Right? It's knowing the tools and then figuring out creative ways to do stuff with them. But hey, if you've never used the offset modifier or even perturb, I've talked about perturb more, but if you've never used either of them, this is a nice little exercise to get in there, get used to modifiers, and then from then you're just poking on, see what else is in there. And okay, one last thing I want to show off. The different modifiers it gives you access to do vary depending on the parameter. If I just create a background node and right click on this, I can modify with gradient color, and that actually modifies the entire color block. So now I have just a black to white. If I scrub, nothing happens. If I come into time controls, pull up this end time to what, like 120, then at 0 it will be this first color, and at 120 something it'll be the second color. And this is much harder to do if you try to like keyframe the color values just on here, because it's doing weird stuff. But here it does everything you actually want, and you can change the timing, you can do tons of stuff. This gradient color only comes up as an option when you right click to add a modifier to actual color controls. So it's always worth exploring, seeing if there's like new modifiers hiding in little pockets of resolve that you don't know about. Super cool. Okay, one last thing. If I create just a mask and I boom, 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 pull up the border with boom, I've got a line. Down here where it's actually the shape animation, I can right click on this and go to insert perturb. And then what it's actually going to do is apply that perturb to every point along this path. So now you've got this random path like wobbling around, and you can even change the jaggedness of that. Someone showed me this. It was wild. I never knew this was here. There's always cool modifier stuff. So it's worth right clicking, checking out modifier, checking out insert. The calculation tool is super cool, but I've already shown off more than I thought I was in this video. So maybe another time. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next time.
Today, I'm going to show you the easiest ways to get started creating your own custom transitions in DaVinci Resolve. I just released a new pack of transitions, sort of a slot machine theme that lets you drop in media into different segments of your video clip. So transitions have been on the mind, and I thought, hey, why not give all of you the tools you need to, begin this journey of making your own transitions. Now, this won't be a walkthrough of this pack. That gets complicated quick. I saved that for website members over on my website, sterlingsupply.co, where you could purchase this transition pack, other premium products, or grab one of dozens free presets, templates, and plugins. But in this video, we're going to keep things hopefully as approachable as possible. There are many different ways to start building in Fusion what could be your custom transition, but I'm going to go about what I think is the easiest way. We'll talk about some other alternatives on the way, but hey, if you want to get started making your own transition, that's what this video is for. Let's do it. I will go ahead and just use this layout. I have a video of me talking. I have a screen recording. I'm going to go ahead and delete that transition I had there, because what I'm going to do, I'm going to scroll in on this edit point here, and I'm going to right click and just select add 30 frame cross dissolve. This is a 30 frames per second timeline, so it'll just sort of fade between the two clips. Super standard transition, right? Yes. But you can right click on this cross dissolve and you have an option to convert to Fusion cross dissolve. I'm not going to click that yet, but I'm just going to show you. If I select this right now, we have controls over here in the transition sort of tab inside the inspector. Different ways to customize like the length or alignment, stuff like that for this transition. But if we right click and select that convert to Fusion cross dissolve option, then in the inspector, those settings go away, but now we have this new entry. And super important is that on this entry, we have this little button here to open in the Fusion page. If we click that, it will load us into Fusion, and if I scroll in, we will have two media in nodes going into this little cross dissolve box and going into a media out. Fusion Basics 101. Media in is a way to get, different clips into your Fusion composition. And then whatever you do with those or any other media you bring into your composition, you have to plug that back into a media out to send it back to the edit page. That can be a standalone Fusion generator. That can be an effect that you drop right on a clip that will have one open input, and then you send it to a media out and it goes back to the edit page. Transitions, as you can see, typically require two open inputs and then one output that goes to the media out back to the edit page. So I can select either of these media in nodes, and I can either drag them to these windows up here, so you see what we're working with, or I can press 1 and 2 on my keyboard to send directly to those two viewers we have here. So this media in 1, which I've loaded here, is that first clip, and if I scrub through, you'll see the entire duration of that clip for the duration of however long we stretch that transition to be on the edit page. And then same for media 2, that entire duration. But once we look at the cross dissolve, we start to see what's actually happening. It starts just this first clip, it goes, fades to the second clip. And this structure is very important. This sort of group is where we can build our transition, and then this is what we will need to save out to our computer and drop in the right place to have access to it on the edit page. So we can see we're bringing those two in. They are entering this group separate, and then they're both going to this one dissolve node. This first clip goes into the background, the second clip goes in the foreground, and this little slider here we can see is animated to go from one all the way to the other. If you click this modifiers, you can see that this is built using an anim curves node. We will probably, will we? Yes, we will build a super simple transition, and we will come back and touch on this anim curves node because it's very cool. But I need to pause here a little bit to make another note about structure. This is a great way to jump into making a transition because you are starting with a transition, if that makes sense. You could drop a blank Fusion composition on your timeline and like make this structure and save it as a group with these two open inputs. As long as you build and save your node tree in the correct format, you could save out a transition from any Fusion composition you're working in. But like I said, it helps to build a transition like in the final transition sort of landscape. So now we can see we have our Fusion workspace, but really this group here is what we're working with. We have two inputs, one output. Now, if you want to kind of start from scratch, if you select this dissolve node and delete it, oh no, it will get rid of the entire group because that's the only thing in the group. So we at least need something else in here before we get rid of that. And I'm just going to create a super standard merge node. I'll create this. By the way, I pulled up this search bar, the search select tool option by pressing shift space and typed in merge. And if I have this tool selected, hold shift and drop it over any of these lines, it will drop it in there and connect automatically. And then what I can do is change the sort of foreground element, disconnect, and then it's not letting me grab sort of this end of this input. So if I create just a blank brightness and contrast node, then I should be able to grab that output, come to this merge node, and then let's see if this works. Yes, then I can delete that. And so we see now this background, this first image is coming into this merge as the background, and I can delete this now as well. And then the second media in, it's coming into the merge. So if we preview the merge, this is all we see. Okay, more fundamentals. This merge node, all it does is take the background image here, let me get rid of that, background image here, and depending on the controls you choose, it will keep that background kind of as is, but the controls let you tell it what to do with this foreground image. So right now, we have the background and the apply mode is set to normal and the operator is set to over. So it is just sort of pasting that foreground image right on top of the background image. And because it is a full screen video clip, this is all we see. But if I come into these like transform controls, like center, if I start sliding this, you'll see that underneath is that background image. But let's keep something super basic. Let me look at this size. I'm gonna right click on this size and modify with anim curves. That gets pretty crazy. We can click over to anim curves. And first thing I'm gonna do, just because things are crazy, is change the scale back to 1. Now, anim curves is an engine for animation. You can set custom keyframes if you want to, but built in is this source option, which can be set to transition. So this is going to automatically look at the length of the transition on the edit page, which is super valuable because that is something that the end user can change at any time. So whatever we tell it to do here, it's going to be reactive to the length of that transition on the edit page. So right now, we have an offset of 0 and a scale of 1. So that's saying we're starting at a value of 0, and over the length of this transition, go up to a value of 1. So if we go back, we'll see, oh, it's very small. So we have just sort of like a zoom in transition here. If we were to change this to a value of like 0.5 and a scale to 0.5, it would still end full screen, but it would start at a scale of 0.5, see? So for this whole sort of zoom up option, offset of 0, scale of 1 gets us what we want. So this now is over a length of 1 second, but this is already sort of baked in. If we were to go back, change the length of this dissolve, or I guess just transition now, then it would still execute that move over the new duration of that transition. Now this is probably as basic as this can go, but don't forget, you have access to the full sort of suite of Fusion tools. For instance, let me just create a new text plus node. I'm going to connect the output of that to the output of the merge to create another merge after the fact. And I will just type in hello. So now that's just sort of pasted on top of the entire screen, but let's do something a little different here. I have this text, I have a merge. Now I'm going to right click on the center parameter, modify with vector result. This gives us a cool modifier where you set an origin, you set a distance and an angle. So with an origin at 0.5 in the center, the angle is set to 0, which by default is, right. If we pull up this distance, it will slide to the right. That seems fine, but whatever. But if I pull this origin over all the way over here to the right, find out where it's off screen, and then I can right click on distance and modify with another anim curves that is set to duration. So now, if we start previewing, it will push that duration based on the length of our clip. We can see the scale is set to 1, so it moves it from whatever that value was off screen up by 1. But at that point, it's not quite off screen on the other side, so we can pull it up a little bit more. So now we can see, I don't know why you would want this, but we have this sort of scale up transition, but also we have this text sliding through. Cool. That's just to demonstrate that when you are making a transition, you don't need to only work with the specific full video files that you have access to. But don't forget that you can do a lot even with those files. You could add in a color corrector node so you can affect the contrast or the gain or other things in the course of your transition. You can make your clip black and white and then go full color. You could do lots of stuff. You could mask these individual clips in different way to reveal them however you want. As wild as things can get in the Fusion page in general, you can have all of that wildness in a normal drag and drop transition. This truly is just a diving off point where you can get as crazy as you want. But there's some last few things we need to cover. Say this was your end goal. Just a little scroll up with a hello sliding across the screen. This is a functional transition. First things first, let's select this group. I'm gonna press F2 to rename, and I'll just call this hello slide. Cool, that will just help us keep track of things. And now I can right click and go to settings, save as. This default location is for like sort of saving these macros or tools if you plan on using them in the Fusion page. But if you can see this file path up here, it gives us some information of where we want to go. I used to recommend sort of like just saving this on your desktop so you have access to the file and then you can sort of drag it where you need to. We might come back to that because there's something else I want to talk about. But for now, if you click back one to Fusion, then you have templates and you should have this edit folder. From templates, if you don't have this edit folder, I believe you can create it, just name it edit. And inside you have effects, generators, titles, and transitions. Those are the folders you see and have access to on the edit page. So if I open up transitions, you can create another folder if you want some organization, or you can just click save. And then let's see if this works. I go back to the edit page. Let me go ahead and I create a duplicate of this little scene. I will delete that transition completely. Let's see if it's here. We open up effects, video transitions. If I scroll down to Fusion transitions, we have new hello slide. And if I drop it on this little clip and play, zoop, it zooms up and we have our little hello slide. Very straightforward. I'm going to talk about the other option, but I do want to say one thing first. Stuff like effects and generators. If I grab a generator, what do I want to grab? Something like my little speed lines effect, right? In this world of creating tools in Fusion to use on the edit page, you can create these custom controls to like modify these on the edit page. I find this to be much more essential for those generators or effects. It's not often that I really want to like fine tune a transition. This might be a good example where you would want to, if this is text, you would want to have control over and change at a later date, then you would need to go a level deeper. But hey, this is an intro video. If you want a more in-depth video, leave a comment, or maybe I'll just drop a link to a past video where I've talked about this in a little more detail. But for transitions, a lot of times you just need to rig it up to work right, and it will keep working right. You can see I can stretch this to be much longer, and both the zoom and the text scale appropriately. It's super cool. So hey, this works, but I do want to go back and talk about a few things. Okay, let's go back to this first one. First of all, this settings save option, you could always access the one you saved afterwards by going to that same sort of directory. But if I just drop this on my desktop, hello slide, and save, I dropped it in another folder because my desktop is messy. Now we just have this .setting file and a few things. Okay, this is just a text file. If I just drag this into Fusion, it will bring the whole group in. Cool, and you can modify it if you need to, resave over it. This also makes it very easy to share. You have the expanded option of creating a DRFX sort of holder or file. That's a super easy way to share and install these. It just lets you double click that and it sends it to the right directory. That's super cool. What I want to talk about is just another option for installation. If I open up my effects library, then I can see templates, edit, transition. At this point, I could select this transitions folder, or this layer, press these three dots and click show folder, which opened up that same location we navigated to in that saves menu. If you saved your transition out this way, at this point, you could just like copy it over or drag it over. That's helpful. Additionally, Sometimes you can drag this right into this UI and drop it here in transitions and it will sort itself out. This is a little between my desktop here is a PC. I have a Mac as well. Sometimes one works the better on one or the other. So whether you want to save it in the Fusion page or save out this .setting file and email it to someone and tell them where to drop it, you have a few options. I might also link to my general video on DRFX in general. That is a whole world unto itself. We're trying to keep this video very bare bones. But if you want to make your own transition with like a little something going on and save it on the edit page for quick access, boom, we've done that. Drops it right in. Where do we put that? Video transition. Hello, slide. We've got it. Drag and drop whenever you want it. Retime, you're good to go. Hopefully this is really exciting for some of you that just want to like dip your toe in this. Fusion can be wild in general, but I really think that users sort of like creating their own tools like this is a great way to like funnel people a little more into Fusion. It's super fun. It's been my life for a few years. I think it's cool. Hopefully you do too. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. You know what's awesome? The Fusion page of DaVinci Resolve. And do you know what can sometimes, for new users or experienced users, be a little confusing, overwhelming? In this video, I'm going to walk through some important foundational information about using Fusion. Now, we're actually not going to use Fusion that much in this video. We're going to talk about the different ways you can get into the Fusion page from the edit page. We're going to talk about that main interaction between those pages, how it works, and we're going to talk about some extra ways to either bring in media to the Fusion page or to sort of communicate or reference back to the edit page when you're working in the Fusion page. Even if you've dabbled or used Fusion a bit, we're going to cover lots of stuff. So there might be something that even some like regular Fusion heads don't know. Let's start pretty simple. I have a blank timeline here. For reference, this is a 1080 full HD timeline. And if this timeline is completely empty and I click this button to open the Fusion page, okay, we see the Fusion page. I go back to the edit page, nothing has happened. But if in the Fusion page, I make anything, I make a plain background node, I make a text layer or a text plus node, anything, if I make this like a green background node, you'll notice it also made a media out node. And now if I go back to the edit page, wow, our screen is green and we have a Fusion composition here on our timeline. And then now at any point with my playhead over that Fusion composition, if I press this button for the Fusion page again, now we are back in that node tree we made. Now this Fusion composition sort of object, you also have access to in the effects library under toolbox effects. You have adjustment clip and Fusion composition. I'll probably reference adjustment clip later. But for now we have this other Fusion composition option. And if you drag it right to the timeline, it lives there. You'll probably get this error right when you drag it on saying no frame available because you need to open it up and actually do something with it, like add in some text that says hello. Wow. Connect that up. If we go back to the edit page, wow, you have hello. Now that's what happened when we opened the Fusion page, just like with nothing on our timeline or nothing under our playhead. But what if we have a little video clip on our timeline? If our playhead is over a piece of media, then when we open the Fusion page, it will sort of start to build a tree for us. We have that media out node, but then we also have the media in node. I have two viewers here. I can press a 1 or 2 to pull up either of these on either node. Right now they're the same because I haven't actually done anything. If I create something like a color corrector node, I pulled up this select tool search bar by pressing shift space, by the way. But if I do something like press the color corrector, pull down the saturation, then you can see the media in. I'm viewing on viewer 1 here, full color. It goes through the color corrector, media out, black and white. If I go back to the edit page, it's black and white. Now, something very interesting. Remember, this is a 1080p timeline, but this clip, if I look at its metadata, it's a 4K clip. And if I open this clip directly in the Fusion page, I can see both previewing the media itself and the media out. It shows my resolution up here in the corner. It's full 4K. You can even see if I grab something else, like just this Resolve logo, right? Resolve automatically scales things to fit the frame on the timeline. But if I look at the metadata, it's 852 by 852 pixels. If I open this in the Fusion page, then it will bring in that media at full resolution, sort of pulling it directly from the media pool. So now this Fusion comp I'm working with is 852 by 852, and it handles that scaling after the fact, just like it does normally on the edit page. And if I were to create a new background node and hopped over to image, you'll see that the entire resolution for sort of this instance of a Fusion composition is that 852 by 852. This auto resolution is based on the resolution of the media that the Fusion clip lives on. But we can sort of override this. If I uncheck auto resolution and set this to 1920 by 1080, sort of full HD, that will be this background node that I can do whatever with. If I connect my logo to that, it will bring it in at the correct proportional size. So that logo is now full resolution, but on a 1080 background. If I connect that to my media out, I have functionally changed the resolution of this media we're working with, and Resolve will recognize that. If I go back to the edit page, then now it has scaled that down. This gets a little funky because if I look in the metadata, it still recognizes that TIFF image has that original 852 by 852 resolution. But because of what I did to it on the Fusion page, I have changed the functional working resolution of that clip. And that working resolution is what the edit page looks at to sort of auto scale to fit to my timeline. But if I go back to this video example, 1080 to 4K can be a big jump, especially depending on what you're doing inside the Fusion page. Effects can get wild, they can get complicated, and they can start to bog down your PC. Now, for some effects, even if you are working on a 1080 timeline with full normal HD delivery, sometimes you will still want to process effects in 4K, especially if you're cropping in on them after the fact, or depending on how you're dealing with scaling to preserve detail, different things. But what if you just want to do everything in 1080, you don't want to waste any extra resources inside the Fusion page processing a 4K image that's going to get downscaled anyway? What do? You don't necessarily want to re-render out a 1080 section of this clip, right? You still just want to deal with the clip itself. Well, let's look at some other options. The first option that is valuable to note is that if you right click on an image and make it a compound clip, remember you can do this with an individual clip or any numbers of clips. With my playhead over this compound clip, you'll notice in the metadata, that is now a 1920 by 1080 compound clip. And if I open that in the Fusion page, you'll see our working resolution is now 1920 by 1080. It's doing that edit page scaling process before we get to the Fusion page. So now if you start adding text over it, you just want to say a little something like, hi, maybe toss on a little overline. Why not? And you want to scale this up. And then you want to right click on center and modify with perturb. So this hi is flying across the screen. Wow. If you go back to the edit page, you got your hi flying across the screen. This can kind of be just a little tip or trick about compound clips, but really it's just a workflow that you need to keep in mind. When you use a compound clip, which you could use for any number of reasons, if you bring that into Fusion, it is handling the scaling first. If I have a compound clip that has sort of crunched down my image, scaled it down to 1080, if I scale that back up after applying all these extra effects, I'm functionally back dealing with 1080 footage. Now, how well Resolve will handle that downscaling and upscaling is down to the specific scaling algorithms and all of that. But say if this was a clip I wanted to maintain highest resolution, and I wanted this text flying around, but I wanted a little closer to my face, I can always right click on a compound clip, open in a timeline, and now with that clip selected, I have my standard sort of transform controls. Now I can scale in here on that great face, scale in, sort of reposition. And if I go back to that main timeline, and even better, open up this compound clip in the Fusion page, that media in is now looking at the compound clip. Remember, this compound clip is what I brought into the Fusion page. Inside that compound clip is the timeline where I can apply any other changes. So I scaled it up inside the compound clip, and then after that has been scaled up and packaged up, then I applied this other little text effect on top of it. that's compound clips. Let's talk about another really cool feature that I don't see a lot of people talking about. I'm gonna come back just to this full 4K clip, but I'm also gonna grab just a little section of this screen recording as well. I will crop those both. And now check this out. I'm gonna select both of these clips, right click, and underneath make compound clip is make new fusion clip. This is not the fusion composition effect we created earlier. The fusion clip, and that will sort of sum them down to one layer. And if I scrub, I just see that first video layer we had. But now, if I open this fusion clip in the timeline, it automatically creates two media in nodes. And if I preview those, you can see it has both of those clips. It has brought those into the Fusion page for me. Now, I think there are a number of reasons this could be really powerful and flexible, but I think a big one of them is timing. Dealing with multiple different video clips, especially if you need to like shift them in time, doing that wholly in the Fusion page can get confusing and maybe a little overly complicated. But say you were doing like a relatively simple VFX shot where you had like explosions, so you had like media you were bringing in with the fires and flames and all of that. You could open up this keyframes window and zoom in and try to shift things in time here. But if you drop all of that into a Fusion clip, you can open this in a timeline as well and shift any of these in time and sort of like pause to make sure they're in sync, not pause, but like check to make sure they're in sync here. And then that will be reflected inside that Fusion composition. Additionally, you could build Fusion effects that reference multiple pieces of media and just drop those on a Fusion clip, and like Fusion will like know what's supposed to come into like different like media in slots. Fusion clips can get pretty powerful. But again, make note that because we did this on a 1080 timeline, both of these clips, once they are inside the Fusion workspace, are at 1080. So if we get to like extreme scaling, we'll probably start losing information again. But then we have another option, a pretty like new and exciting option too.
If you appreciate videos like this, you should visit sterlingsupply.co. This is my website where you can download dozens of presets, plugins, and effects for DaVinci Resolve. Many of these presets are completely free. Several are paid premium products, and website members also receive a bundle of those premium products along with exclusive extras like in-depth breakdowns of my newest presets. Why not check out Easier Ease, my free plugin for edit page animation, which automatically eases any keyframes made, and the paid Easier Ease Pro version adds the ability to mask and adds a customizable wiggle to your subject before animating its motion. My ongoing work is made possible by viewers like you. Thank you.
Let me go back to where I just have these two full clips, and you'll notice these are both 4K. Now, brand new in, what was it? Was it 19.1? When did we get this thing? I'm not sure. We have a new thing to talk about, and that is referenced compositions. But just for those who are curious, there was one other option I'm going to talk about, but not really show off. Underneath new compound clip and new fusion clip, we have new VFX Connect clip. This was the solution that Resolve had when Resolve and Fusion were completely separate pieces of software. This was kind of like, what is it called in Premiere, where you can like send something to After Effects, like that sort of linked composition deal. It was kind of like that, where you could link media on an edit page timeline to just the full version of Fusion. And I mean, like, this does work. You can get the standalone version of Fusion. A VFX Connect clip would sort of create that link. And if you open Fusion, added your effects, did all of that, then those updates would be pushed to that Connect clip in Resolve. But this isn't something I certainly use. And I'm sure if the people who are using this are probably like real legit cool pros who like need the full version of Fusion for their stuff. But we are talking about an option down here, create referenced composition. If I click that, it'll ask me if I want to name it. I'll just call it ref. It'll create that, and a few things will happen. Number one, we'll get a cool little icon just on this top clip. But also, into our media pool, we have this new thing here, labeled ref with that same little icon. Now, if I have my playhead over just this top clip, and I open the Fusion page, remember the behavior before was that it would just bring in this one clip at full resolution. Now if I do that, then we have those two media clips, like what happened when we made a Fusion clip. But if I preview these now, the one big important difference is that now these are at full resolution. Now, pros and cons, whether you need or desire that resolution. But the other cool thing that this does is that it does automatically drag this, and now it lives in our media pool. This is something you could also drag and store in a power bin for quick access. And let's demonstrate. If I go in and just take these two options, slide one down over here and slide one down over here. Okay, reposition, make a little something or other, make a little something neat. This is, okay, let's do a little something else. On this first one, let's make this one black and white. Cool. Okay, wow, we have a really cool effect here, right? Yes. But these changes now are stored in this reference composition. So if I were to kind of start from scratch, pull in new versions of these video clips, trim them up. We have the screen recording. Underneath it, we have me again. And I believe this is how we have to do this. But if I right click, create another referenced composition, I'll just name this one 2 for now. This is the kind of redundant part I'm not sure if we need to do. But I created a new one, but I don't want to mess with this 2 one. I've already done some work over on this reference one. So now, if I think I can just select this first top layer. And if in my media pool I have reference selected, I'll have some new options down here, like link to referenced composition. If I do that with that ref selected, then it pulls that in, and you can see it does the same effect. And if on either one of these, I were to scale back in and change this effect in one location, it would have reflect that change in the other location. Now, these are the way they are because of how I ordered them in the timeline, right? If I put these in their other order, I don't want that, I want this, in another order where my face cam was on top, and then I made it a referenced composition, and I linked that to the reference clip, then now those images are switched, which one is coming into that media in 1, which one is coming into that media in 2, but the effects that they are applying to each of those are the same. Now, don't forget, we need to keep track of that important thing, resolution. If one of these video clips was 1080 and the other one was 4K, it would bring each of them into Fusion at their source resolution. Now, whether this automatic background would be set to 1080 or 4K might depend on which one comes in, maybe media in 1, maybe that sort of dictates that. So the big idea with this reference clip is for like repetitive effects like this. If you have something like a picture-in-picture effect that you want to be able to like tweak once and have it reflected all your other locations, if you have any single effect in multiple places through your video, if they are linked with reference compositions, if you need to change a color in a graphic from red in all of these to green in all of these, and they are otherwise the same graphic, if it's a reference composition, you hop into one of them, change it, it changes it for all of them. And the fact that these sort of live in your media pool is a big plus. You can store these in a power bin, always have access into them. Spoiler alert, I am planning on rebuilding my big, TikTok or YouTube Shorts sort of editing plugin on these, so that if you customize it once, that customization will automatically be saved. Stick around for that. But saving these as power bins, and especially you can export these and share them, I believe, pretty sure. Which is another really cool thing. But mostly you need to be aware of the pros and cons of bringing in a single full clip into a compound clip or a fusion clip or a reference clip. Specifically, I think the big issue is how they handle resolution to know which one is best for you. Now, let's real quick talk about that adjustment clip, right? Because you can bring an adjustment clip into Fusion. Something like our standard color corrector, sort of pull down saturation. It will act like a normal adjustment clip. But there's another option, and that could provide you some cool timing control, but there is another option that I use more often. But that kind of gets back to getting media into the Fusion page, which we'll talk about real quick. But as far as how to just get into the Fusion page, the other thing I want to talk about is specifically dealing with Fusion effects on the edit page. I've talked a lot about stuff like if I grab this contours effect, which is an effect I really like, customize it, and, add a little wiggle in there, scale it up or scale it down this way. This is a cool included effect in Fusion, but for Fusion generators or effects, titles, or transitions, if you have those on your timeline, you also have this little icon in the inspector. And if you click this, it will load sort of that instance of the effect into the Fusion page. And you can open it up. On a lot of these, you can see how they were made, or you could add, a node after the fact to further like customize it and do whatever you want here. And then that change, because it is before the media out, will be reflected on the edit page. Now, this is also important because if I grab an effect, let's grab a Fusion effect. Let's grab something fun, like, I don't know, what's something I've done. Oh, I recreated this like turbulent displace effect, right? So wow, if I drop that on a clip, cool, but something Fusion kind of does behind the scenes, if you use a drag and drop effect, let's check this out. If I open that in the Fusion page, then we have our media in coming in, and then it goes into our effect, media out. But we're at 1920. When you drag and drop an effect on the edit page, Resolve kind of functionally creates a compound clip for you. It looks at the clip as it appears on the edit page and works at that edit page resolution and then applies the effects to it. So you can, if you want a little wobble, you can do that. But a lot of people sometimes get confused because say I drop this effect, I know it's a Fusion effect, but if I then open that effect up in the timeline, I don't see it, it's not there. Fusion effects live in their own little instance, and you need to access that by clicking this button on the Fusion effect or the Fusion generator, Fusion transition to load that into Fusion. Cool, I'm pretty sure those are the ways to get into the working Fusion environment with some notes of how it affects the assets or media you are bringing in. But once you are in the Fusion page, if I just create another little Fusion composition, completely blank, what are options to bring in more media, or maybe even to look back on the edit page from an existing Fusion composition? I dragged in this Fusion composition, so this is functionally working like a freestanding generator. And the first thing, which is super cool, I want to show off, is that if I pull in a media in node and preview it, there's nothing there. If I were to open up my media pool and drag in a clip, that would also be a media in node, but it was a link to the media pool to that clip. You can see this media source, media pool, the clip name is up here. If I drag a different clip, of course, if I dragged it right to my timeline, it would create a new media in. But if I have an existing media in and I just drag it over that clip name, then it will change what that media in is looking at. Ooh, that's a certain little face, based on what you drag in here. And sort of this functionality is what some cool presets can be built around for creating sort of like drop zones to reference your media pool media. I've used it in some presets. Anyway, we're not talking about presets in this video. That's cool in media pool, but I have this blank one. It errors out by default if it's not linked to anything. The default is this timeline feature, but that is more of like what clip is it on the timeline. This was set to timeline when we brought in an adjustment clip, but that's because that's how adjustment clips work. But we have this other option, background. If I select that, then wow, we just have a black screen. Because if I go back to my timeline, this is solely like freestanding, right? But if I bring in another video clip, hop back into Fusion, look at that media, and now, oh, we see that video clip that was underneath it. And if I connect it to this media out, head back to the edit page, scroll through, and yeah, nothing happens because we are looking at one clip. The Fusion clip comes on, but the only thing in the Fusion clip is a media in node saying, show me what's in the background. But if I just create this color corrector node, pull down saturation, then this Fusion clip at this point, this Fusion clip at this point is functioning like an adjustment clip where, okay, it's black and white, then comes back out. And if we do something like add in a little text that pops up here as well, then that black and white affects everything below it. But you can have things above it as well. If you wanted this, everything goes black and white, it goes away, then the text goes black and white as well. If you were using this for like a single effect you were building, then it's probably like preference one way or another. If you wanted to do an adjustment clip or like use this media in feature. Again, I've run into this most making presets. The really cool thing that this sort of reveals is that anything that you would otherwise make an effect to drop directly on a clip, you can make a freestanding generator. For instance, if I open up my generators, I have this really nifty sort of like speed lines effect, right? It just like creates these lines over, maybe this isn't a great option. Ooh, yeah, something like this magnify effect that zoop, pulls up a bar and it zooms in. This is zooming in on whatever is beneath it. And for magnify effects like this, timing is super important. You want something to zoom in at the right time. So if I made this just a fusion effect that you drop directly on a clip, then you would need to actually like chop up this clip to make sure your timing on this in and out of the transition was correct. But if it is a freestanding generator, then it is super easy to reposition, stretch to be longer, all of that work. So again, that's how I've used this most of the time. But if you were creating something that would otherwise be considered an effect, but you know you want to be extra flexible with timing, it can be useful just to create a fusion generator, pull in the media in this way to look at the background. Yes, which I have down here, media in. I forgot, I was looking at this now. This is set to background, and you can affect whatever is beneath it. If you need to add any other assets, those would be affected here. This background, media in node, super cool. I think that covers the different ways to bring like video into these different options, but things get a little interesting when we talk about images. You can always drag whatever image right into the Fusion page, and it will create a media in node. It will bring those in at full resolution, and then you can, drop them over however you want. If you want to scale down, you can have resolve and resolve, or I don't know what we're doing here. But another super important option to be aware of is the loader node. This will pull up a search bar, and I can select any image or image sequence, and it will just pull that in. And I did say image or image sequences, and something really to be aware of is that Resolve will auto recognize image sequences. So for instance, I have 3 different thumbnails I was working on here. I was working on I was testing thumbnails for a recent video. So I have thumb 1, thumb 2, and thumb 3. So if I select one of them and bring it in, if I'm previewing this, I see nothing because I am at frame 65. And then we can see we only brought in 3 frames of media. If I go back, then I'm looking at this first one, the second one, third one. Oops, I only wanted to bring in the third one. So I could either go and rename it again, or on this trim, I could just go to that third option, which means it would only live here at frame 0, and then boom, hit loop, and then now it exists for as long as my composition exists. This is really only an issue you should run into if your images have like sequential names, because Resolve will try to recognize that as an image sequence. But another name for an image sequence is a video. There are select use cases where you might want to bring in an image sequence with this loader node, but for most of the time it is bringing in images. We did browse to that specific location where this image is located, and you'll notice this thumbnail is not in our media pool. We bypass the media pool to pull that image directly. The pros and cons here are quite a bit more technical. Again, this is something that I use, quite a bit more in the world of creating presets, because it can be valuable to have like images as part of effects that you don't need to tell the user to like drop into their media pool and then like connect any other way. And in presets, you can set sort of like a relative location for this image sequence that sort of like stores it in one big bundle. The DRFX system, which I've talked about here and there, has a lot of power in that sort of area. This is especially valuable if you are creating anything you want to share with any other user. Because if I were to copy, this node tree and I just have media ins, if that other user doesn't have those exact piece of media in their media pool already, then this like effect will break in weird ways. It'll be gross and icky. This is a great way to make sure you are pointing to a specific file in a specific location. And wow, we've covered a lot. I thought this would be a little like straightforward video, but turns out there's a whole lot when it comes to the most foundational steps of getting into Fusion. Some of these things can come up when you are troubleshooting effects, and maybe you're running into weird scaling issues and you don't know why, and it's because like you dropped an effect on a compound clip versus a fusion clip or some other way, or someone told you to use a fusion reference clip and you didn't know what that was. But like I said, I do believe these are sort of like foundational bits of knowing the ways you can interact with media, knowing the ways the edit page interacts with the fusion page, and sort of once you understand some of the nuance, you can use it all to your benefit. Specifically, I do think those fusion reference compositions are super underutilized in the community. I'm not sure how much those will continue to like get beefed up or how much they will be highlighted by Resolve, but there is some cool functionality I'm interested in there, so stick around and maybe I'll talk some more about that. If you have any questions, of course, I know we covered some more technical stuff, leave a comment and I will meet you down there. But I thought it was high time we covered these specifics in a dedicated video to hopefully clear up a little bit of some of the lingering confusion of exactly what fusion is up to. Don't even get me started on how this all then interacts with the color page. Wait. Actually, wait. Can I? Okay, one more thing. Pro tip for those who stuck around. Okay. You might know that in the sort of order of operations of Resolve, that Fusion happens before the color page. So if I were to hop into Fusion and add something like this text, I'm glad I'm talking about this. Add this text and go, cool. If I were then to take that clip into the Fusion page, that text would be over it. This is mostly for important reasons. Like if you are doing legit compositing in your scene, like you have all your elements, that is mostly work done on its own, and then the color grade needs to apply to like that entire scene as if it is one. What happens if we want to use a fusion effect? Let me get rid of this text. To do something like, what do I want? Effects. Like just do a simple like picture-in-picture little effect. And then I shift this down in the corner. Boom. We wanted a little picture-in-picture effect, but we normally, if we had this next to a normal clip, normally we color grade our footage, right? So I have like a standard little grade. I normally hop on here, right? So normally when our footage is full screen, we apply this grade. But if I apply this effect right to my raw footage and then go to the color page, I have things like power masks and other things, and I apply this grade, it's going to be bad because that's way down in the corner now when my power grade is thinking I'm going to be in the center. So, using what we have learned, what do? Well, number one, I get rid of that effect. And once we do that, we see, okay, now we are dealing with the full screen again. So now that we just have this clip with our color on it, knowing we want to scale it down, so like resolution really isn't a priority, we can right click, make it a fusion composition, then drag our effect on it, and now the image that it is scaling down and applying this mask to is the image that has that color grade on it. So now our colors are consistent and we can shift it down in the corner. This would be an area where maybe you would use a reference clip if you had this effect living there instead, and you could change the position of this picture-in-picture on your entire video on any of those. But when I do this, more often than not, I just have it on compound clip. And if I need to do something, I can copy that and sort of paste attributes, which include these fusion effects or plugins. But that's another sort of workflow thing that I didn't think I would talk about. But that's an actual legitimate thing you should know. If you need to color grade a clip and then apply fusion effects, compound clip is a great way to get you there. Okay, now I think that's more than everything. This can be a lot, but I think it's cool. Hopefully you do too. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. Welcome to DaVinci Resolve. Here's how to make this tracked big eyes effect. I'm here in the timeline of Resolve. I have my clip on my timeline, and the first thing I'm going to do is right click and make that a new compound clip. This is mostly to keep things clean when we move into the Fusion page, but if you would like more information on why I use a compound clip and the difference between a compound clip and a Fusion clip, and a fusion composition and a referenced composition and all your other possible options for getting something into the fusion page from the edit page, check a link in the description for my recent video all about all those possible options. It's a big breakdown, but there's lots of value there. But once we have that as a compound clip, I do want to make a note that I specifically chose this clip because it is close to hopefully the worst of all worlds. We have this dynamic motion back and forth, but also, not intentionally, the shutter speed on the camera at this time was too low, so we have like extra motion blur to deal with. Let's see how our tracking handles it. But just with my playhead over this clip, I'm going to click this button to open up the fusion page. Here it presents us with a simple node tree, this media in and then media out. Anything we do in between these two nodes will be sent back to the edit page. I'm gonna select this first node. I'm gonna press Shift Space to pull up this select tool feature. And I'm going to type in tracker, and I want this plain tracker. I will bring that in, and it will give us one little tracking point here. If you are in DaVinci Resolve Studio, by default, this will be IntelliTrack, but I'm gonna go ahead and select this option here to change that back to a point tracker. Now that will add a point tracker, but we can get rid of that IntelliTrack. Just click the trash can to get rid of that. And I'm gonna click and add another point tracker. So we have a 0.2, 0.3. Hey, I will just rename those to 0.1 and 0.2. And if I come to the beginning of my clips, I have 0.1, 0.2. So hey, why don't we just bring those right over where we want to track, which are my eyes. I can scale in if I need to get this kind of centered. Do a rough pass on the second one here over on this eye. Now the way these tracking points work, you'll see you have this small box and then this larger box with a dotted line. The small box is the specific feature that you are going to track, the entire bounds of whatever's inside of that. And the large box is where the tracker is going to search for that feature frame to frame. So if you have a lot of motion, you will want to crank up this larger box. So let's go ahead and do that just to be safe anyway. And you can reframe this smaller box. I'm just generally going to include my entire eye. Maybe if I had some better footage or like if my lighting was a little evener, I would, narrow this in because you'll see some issues you will kind of run into soon. But at this point, I'm not going to run this tracker. I could, but I'm going to leave it for now because after this, I'm going to add in a dent node and things get crazy quick. You have lots of different types of dents. We're going to just change this to dent 2, which is much more nice, like a standard dent. But if you bring down the size and change the center to over that eye, you'll notice, hey, click away, we've got that big eye effect. You can change either the size or the strength, depending on how big you want this. But if you just want something intense, but not crazy, you can dial that in. And I'm just gonna copy that dent and then paste it again. So we have dent 1 and dent 2. Cool. And on this second dent, I can slide this over, except this is kind of just a preview. We won't keep these super for long because back on this tracker, let's do a little more setup here. We do have these two tracking points. We customized its search zone. The other option I'm going to change is this adaptive mode. By default, it's none. I'm going to change this to best match. That gives us this match tolerance. I'm going to change this to either 0.15, maybe 0.2. Most of the time I do 0.15. I'm not super into the specifics of the fine technicalities, but what I believe this best match is doing, it's giving you a little leeway frame to frame if it doesn't find the best match. If you don't have this adaptive mode at all, I find this tracker a lot more prone to just like jumping around and like losing that track and not quite being able to get back to it. So with that set on tracker, let's go to our 2 dents. And on the center for this dent 1, I'm going to right click and go to connect to, we have that tracker, and I'm going to 0.1 offset position. You'll see that'll shift a little bit because we already moved the tracker up to that eye. And I'm going to do the same thing on dent 2, connect to tracker, 0.2 offset position. So we have this set up. And then now, if I just go back to this tracker and select this button, if I set this up somewhere in the middle of this clip, I could press this button to track forward and backwards. But we set this up right at the first frame, so I just need to track forward. And as soon as I start doing this, you'll see those points. It sort of crops in and goes frame to frame. You can sort of see if anything gets crazy, and things look like they're generally doing all right. You'll see the path over this. So if you just click out of there, it'll go away. And let's preview automatically. Back and forth, back and forth.
Hey, pretty all right. Towards the end, with like my eyelids sort of coming down, you'll notice that like those start to bulge as well. There you could use something like these offset features. You could keyframe those to like shift that down a little bit, get like more on the pupil and then on this 0.1 as well. You'll notice here, click away. Now, I did say keyframe. That would be something you would want to keyframe because now that is shifted for the entirety of this effect. So if that's not something like at the beginning now, it's a little lower than I would want it to. So you could like keyframe where it starts to drift a little bit. But if you just want something general, something quick. Hey, we have some big eye effects tracked pretty quickly. And if you're working with slightly better footage than this, your results will likely be better. I posted a quick sample of this in the DaVinci Resolve subreddit, and one of the first comments was asking me if I remodeled my eyes in Blender. No, I just tracked the center of 2 dent nodes. Fusion can be pretty neat. Now here's a little something extra. I'm pretty sure I can package up this effect, those 3 nodes, save them out, give them some custom controls, and I could make this effect that works drag and drop on the edit page. I might need to fiddle with it for a bit, using those 2 tracking points, see how it works. But I have other tracking presets. I have my locked on stabilization effect, which I just published a fix for that. I have a tracked text free preset, and then I also have my paid master tracker preset, which lets you track, text and images and video into your frame. It's pretty neat, but I can always use some motivation. So if you would like to see this effect as a drag and drop effect on the edit page, you need to leave a comment. You need to let me know. I think it's pretty likely I might do it, but depending on how soon I do it, might be up to the response. So let me know if this as a free preset would at least be kind of interesting. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. Hi, welcome to a quick video where we will go over some Fusion fundamentals / Fusion secrets to create pie charts in DaVinci Resolve. These are going to be highly customizable, but importantly, they will also be accurate depending on like what values and variables and like percentages you want to work with. This was inspired by a recent video by Daniel Whitall, which I will link in the description. He showed off how to create some pie charts and talked about some really important things, especially how like masks interact and some stuff like that. But for my past experiencing developing a pack of drag and drop graphs and charts for DaVinci Resolve, I know we could go a few steps further. That pack I will also link in the description along with the videos talking about that pack. If you need those drag and drop graphs or charts or any sort of like data visualization stuff, check out that pack. I think it's pretty cool. But let's hop into Resolve. Here we are on the edit page. I'm going to grab a Fusion composition, drag that onto my timeline, and then come down and click this button to open the Fusion page. I'm also going to take this off because it's hot. Okay, we are here in the Fusion page. And the first fork in the road we have to face is between using the standard sort of masking system and the shape system in Resolve. Both of them have this little ellipse tool, an ellipse or an S ellipse. If you preview those, they both make circles. In this video, we are going to use the shape system because it sort of like consolidates a few features, especially when dealing with like multiple elements that are different colors. So we're going to use shapes. So I'm just going to have this S ellipse. I will preview that. I'll pull it up in this first viewer just by pressing 2. You could do it in the first viewer by pressing 1. We might do both of those at once at some point, but we're going to get to the big secret pretty quick. It's over here in the inspector. If I uncheck this solid option, pull up my border width, we have this little outline, and importantly, we have this position and length slider. You'll notice both of these, position starts at 0, length starts at 1, but both of them have a default scale of 0 to 1. If I pull down this length to something like 0.5, you'll notice that is exactly half the circle, and more exactly half the circle. If I come to this cap style and change it over to flat, then that, just like cuts off that line. So it's flat. So if we are dealing with something like a percentage, we can use this length slider and, on a scale of 0 to 1, the percentage is super easy, 0.5, 50%, you're good to go. So if I do something like copy this ellipse, I'm going to create an instance node here. So if I do something like pull the width down, it is actually grabbing both of those at the same time. But if I come to this instance and on this length and position de-instance those, then on this first ellipse, I can pull that length up, and a second ellipse over here, it maintains that 50% spread. So we have a full circle, and I will pull up this border width again. We have a full circle and a half circle. Now, if I combine the outputs, it will make an S merge node. But they're both white and it's half over whole. So if I come to this one ellipse and I change this to something
they are still linked, this instance node. So if I just pull all these point down to 0.5, I will come into this instance node, de-instance that whole color group, pull that back up to 1, and on that S-merge, if I control T to swap those inputs, you see now we have that back solid gray circle being the whole circle, and we could animate on this length to the specific value we wanted. We will build on this on some super cool ways, but first I want to say, this is super easy with this outline. What if we want a solid circle? If I come back to this ellipse and I toggle back on solid, we don't have those sort of like right on controls anymore that start, what was it? Wait, what was it even? The position or length slider. We don't have those when the circle is whole, but what we can do is fake it. If I pull this width down to something like 0.4, just so it's all in screen, we will notice that if I start to pull up this border width, and I pull it to exactly a value of 0.4, the circle will be whole. If I start to pull it down at all, we will get a little gap in the center. But if your border width matches this width and height parameter, if I change this back down to like 0.2, 0.2, and a style of a border width of 0.2, we have that border width matching. And now when we write on this length, we see this sort of like filling up proportionally like a normal pie chart. Now what this is actually doing, if I pull down that border width just a hair, you'll realize there is a hole in the center. I mean, there kind of is a hole in the center. So we have this complete circular path, but we've just made the border width exactly equal to the height and width, so it perfectly like fills it in and then pushes it out the corresponding amount, if that makes sense. It's a really cool way to like fake your whole circle. Now this is cool. We could animate on this way, but what we are actually going to do next is very cool. I'm going to change this wedge color to red. I'm also going to come in and pull down the opacity on this background. And you know what? I'm even going to create a full, give me an S render node, which you need to do if you're coming out of the shape system. Put that over just a black background. So we've got our nice little pie chart here. Okay, check this out. It's super cool. Let's say I want this pie cut up into 3 slices, a 50% slice, a 20%, and 30%. Well, if we have this first red slice, we could pull that length up to 0.2 for a 20% slice. But what if we want to add another slice? Well, I will just grab this S ellipse again, paste that instance node, de-instance length, de-instance positioning, and the color groups, because this one I'm going to make blue. And if I patch this back in over, oh no, the entire thing's blue, right? Oh, this red, I need to de-instance the opacity and this blue opacity, because I pulled down the opacity on that background layer. We don't want that. Okay. Oh no, this blue is full, but remember I can pull down this length, but it is at the same position of the red, right? But we have a position control. And if I start to push this up, it will push it completely around that circle until it's back at its starting point. So all I need to do, I will just name these. So I'll just call these background, red, blue. I will actually make sure it's spelled red. So I know I want this blue. When I'm doing this manually, I know I want this blue now, offset by a position of 0.2. I want the position of this blue one to be the length of the red one. And on that blue, I want that length up at 0.3, right? And now it's perfectly half. If you're doing this manually, you can, do it manually, or on blue, you can right click in position, add an expression, and just type in red dot length. Let's see if this works. Red dot, haha. This control is titled length up in here, but if I mouse over it, you'll notice down in the bottom left corner that we actually see the full name for this control, which in this instance is right length. So now I can just add that in there, right length. And now that hops up to 0.2. And crucially, on that red, if I go back and change that length, then that blue automatically follows along. So now copy that background, instance, paste that, make it green, de-instance, position, de-instance, length, de-instance, all the colors and the opacity. Pull that back up, make it green.
And if I add that in the merge, the entire circle is green. Oh no, but we want to pull the length down to 0.5. And we know we want to change this position up to 0.5. But let's think about what we know, right? If I want this to stay dynamic, then I can right-click on position, add an expression, and we need to go one step further, right? Because we know the position offset that blue used, but now we need to add on the extra length of blue. So let's see if we can do it all in one. Blue dot, oh, this is caps. Blue dot right length, if I can spell, plus blue dot position. Is this called position? Oh, it's called right position as well. Right position. That gets me a 0.5. Now, believe it or not, this is still sort of at an introductory level. You can add all sorts of modifiers and wild things here, but I think the last thing I want to do, because if we go back to this red and pull down the length now, it will pull in that blue and green, but now we have this sort of like awkward gap here. Do we want to fix that now? Sure. In this instance, the green will just fill whatever space we have left. So this needs to be an expression on this length parameter. And let's think. We've now calculated, oh, this is actually really helpful. We've now calculated this position as pretty much the sum of everything before it. So we know the total distance is 1. So we can just do 1 minus, I'm going to reference this position slider. And since we are referencing a control on its own node, we don't need this sort of like blue, or we don't need this sort of like home node signifier. So if I just do 1 minus right position, position, that will be 0.5, but now on red, I can pull down this length, and green sort of expands to fill the size, and blue, I also still maintain this length control over. So I can pull up blue, I can pull up or down blue, I can pull up or down red, and everything stays working. And importantly, we do still have that number, which would be really useful because, yeah, I'll show it off. I will pull up this green, I'll pull up this red, and we'll see because of that math we made, this green has now gone down to a length of 0.25. So if we were doing something, I pull in an sText node, if we were doing something where we just wanted a text representation of this green square, I could add an expression in this text field and go to green dot right, which one is it? Right length, see what that gets us? Right length dot value. Oh, caps. Green dot right length, and that gets us that number, which we can reposition. We can always times that by 100. We can always then do a little period, space, quotation marks, percentage point, quotation marks. Hey, we tag on a percentage mark, and this stays dynamic. It's super cool. If I come then and pull down this red even more, oh, and the blue even more, oh, you're getting a live readout of the correct proportional size that this green is taking up. And you could do this exact same thing and pull the live accurate dimensions for all of these parameters at once. Now, this is very easy to do when you are just working with percentages, but you can go even further. I'm not going to show off this quite going further. Leave a comment if you want another whole video of this, because we can get even crazier. But all that to say, the next step above this would be not working with percentages, but like independent values, where the user could define any whole number they want to represent each slice of the pie. And then behind the scenes, we add up all those numbers and figure out the correct proportion that each smaller number is of that whole number, and both correctly drive the slices of the pie and the text, whether that text is showing the number we are generating or the percentage. You can do lots of cool stuff. That next step is all about modifiers. We got a calculation modifier. Ooh, let's show off one more thing. Okay, out of this S merge, I'm going to create an S Boolean node. I'm going to change this style to keep, so we keep those colors. And then
I'm going to again copy and instance node over this background and do the usual de-instance of all this stuff. Yeah, I will de-instance the color and that opacity because I need this to be, it doesn't actually matter what color this is, but now we have this here and we can do something cool with this length slider now. So we've created a separate instance over here. By the way, the reason I kept these all instances, because at any point you could go back. Oh, changing this height and width really messes stuff up. But if on this height, you parent that to width and you parent the border width over to width, then everything stays proportional. It's a really easy way to change the overall size of this without messing up any of your math. But over on this instance, remember we have that length slider. And if this wedge is completely by itself, then this is a really cool way to animate all this graph as is. I set a keyframe down here at 0, come forward 20 something frames, keyframe it up. And on this S Boolean, if I change this to intersection and connect that up, then that pie chart will, we can use one copy of the circle with the position animated to reveal the entire thing instead of like animating each individual segment to sort of add up, which you can do. That would also look cool. But this is another option. I think this is a really great jumping off point if you want to start dabbling a little more in expressions, a little more in modifiers, working like with data visualization, I think is a really cool use case for a lot of these tools, and something like these position and length sliders just on that natural 0 to 1 scale really help you out with sort of getting your mind around these things. I know we covered a lot. We might have gone a little fast, but hey, that's what, rewinding on YouTube is for. But mostly this was just something that I remembered was really cool in Fusion. I wanted to show it off. I do think it is cool. Hopefully you do too. Thanks for watching. Don't forget that pack of drag and drop titles and graphs if you just want more of this without having to do math yourself. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.